Through this T20 series, this is a good covering of grass, the length of it, but a little more tinge of green. Might just suggest that there's going to be a little bit more pace and carry in this wicket. Good for the seam bowlers, but also makes shot making a little bit easier. So my assessment of this wicket, 175 is the minimum score you need if you are forced to bat first on this wicket and have something that's defendable.
Fresh surface at the Queen Sports Club, a bit of a grass. Darlington thinks that we're going to get a little bit more carry than we've seen in the first couple of matches. Well, it's time to find out what happened at the toss. Eli Tamiripi was out there with the two captains earlier, as well as the match referee, Mr. Dube.
The result of the toss, some say that it is luck, some say that it is skill, others say that it is destiny. But for today, we're about to find out with the two captains, Gerard Erasmus from Namibia, Sikandar Raza, Zimbabwe, and our match referee, Mr. Emmanuel Dube. I believe you have the coin, Raza.
Tails.
Tails is the call.
Tails it is.
Tails it is. Erasmus, third and final T20, plenty to play for, points up for grabs, as well as new strategies. What are you going with?
We're going to bat first. Yeah, we got the two changes and we're really looking forward to this game. It's such a great opportunity for our lads to be exposed to what has been wonderful conditions out here. It's been a wonderful series with good skills from both sides, and none more so than the Zimbabwean boys who've put us under good pressure, and that is such great exposure for either our up and coming players, but also, you know, the senior statesmen need to continuously show themselves, and I think that's a day for them as well today to do well. What have you learnt in this series that will be very key for you going into the qualifiers? Well, obviously the physical side of it, the conditions itself is just a good way of getting used to it, but the level of cricket we found from the Zimbabwean side is something that lifts you naturally. So I think that in itself, and a simple answer must be that it's a level of cricket that we don't often get at the associate level. These guys have been playing lots of Test nations, and it's great to share the field with them. Changes? We got two changes. Kruger is out, and in comes a debutant in Larry Steenkamp, and then Shikongo comes in for Brassel as well. Thank you and good luck. Cheers, thank you. Sikandar, final game, what would you have done?
Yeah, we were going to look to bowl first as well. I thought we've been very clinical in both games with batting, setting the total and chasing, but I want us to be a bit more clinical today as well, so that's why I was looking to chase.
Right, you've had a couple of changes that you made in the previous game. Any changes coming to this side?
Yeah, we've got actually three changes. So Tony Manyunga misses out for Sean Williams, Blessing Musrabani comes in for Garava, and Brad Evan misses out, and Gwandu is back in.
More in the camp leading to the qualifiers as the host nation. How are you guys feeling?
Feeling pretty confident, but I think that confidence comes from performances. A lot of focus is put on the results, but for me it was how we are going about our business. I know we had a 2-1 series against Sri Lanka a few weeks ago, but I thought we played a very good brand of cricket as well, and once you keep playing that and once you're consistent in that brand of cricket as well, the tide always turns and the results always changes. So it's nice to be 2-0 up, but for me, I've said to the boys as well, this is by far the most important game of the series for me, because the battle is not just against the opposition, it's our own selves as well. Do we relax? Do we get complacent? It's certainly not the areas we're looking for, because every game in the qualifiers is going to be a cutthroat. So one game at a time, and for me this is the most important game of the series.
Thank you and good luck.
Thank you very much.
News from the centre, Namibia. They've won the toss and they'll bat first.
Well, interesting call from Gerard Erasmus. The first time a captain has elected to bat first in the series. Sean Williams, who's been out of the side, comes back in. He'll be looking to contribute at the top of the innings for Zimbabwe. Trevor Gwandu gets an opportunity as well. So a couple of changes for Zimbabwe, making sure they try and get as many people an opportunity leading into that qualifier.
It's also exciting to see some changes from the Namibia side. Ben Shikongo coming in now for Jack Brassel, as well as the newbie into the squad, Lawrence Steenkamp, coming into the squad for Milan Kriya. I thought Milan Kriya has done really well at the top for Namibia, just giving them a good start. However, they needed just someone to carry through, as I mentioned earlier.
Yeah, somebody to carry through from Namibia. A wonderful opportunity for them after we saw the pitch earlier, a bit of grass, expecting a bit of bounce. Again, when you look at the surface, what do you think will be a decent total, looking at the surfaces we played on and the scores that we've had?
Look, I think there's a very, very good wicket. The ground stuff here has been incredible. And looking at the previous scores, 211 as well as 169, I think anything north of 180, 185 will be a really good score.
Yeah, well, Zimbabwe have been very good all the way through this series. You'll feel that they just haven't been as good as they want to in the results that they've got, but they've managed to be half decent. And one of the players that's been very good is Tadiwa Nashemarumani. Just taking a look at the way the Zimbabweans got out there in that previous match, they've got to be disappointed. They were well above the run rate, but some shots that leave a lot to be desired.
Yeah, those two shots that Nashima Romani going on the uppercut when he had really scored a lot of runs in that over. I think 7 to 8 runs in that over, and it was not necessary to chase after that last delivery of the over. And also looking at the captain Sikandar Raza coming down the wicket a bit, pre-charge a lot earlier and then hitting it straight to long off. So I think they have to be a little bit more tactical about the way that they're losing wickets and maybe just be a bit more patient. I mean, we all know how Sikandar Raza is a strong finisher, but maybe a little bit more impatient the previous times.
I like the word that you used, tactical, because one of the Zimbabwean batsmen has been that all the way through the series. 3 half centuries in a row in T20 international cricket. Tadiwa Nashima Romani, we caught up with him a little while earlier.
For quite a while, but seemed to have come back stronger. What is it that kept you going and that has allowed you to come back stronger than before?
For me, to be honest, just trying to keep things as simple as I can, because at the end of the day, it's cricket, it's sport, and it's cruel at times. So for me, it was just about going back to my processes and trying to keep it as simple as possible to watch a cricket ball, because at the end of the day, as a batsman, is scoring runs, and to score those runs is about trusting your process, taking it a ball at a time.
Does the pressure get any lesser with the type of opposition you faced? You faced New Zealand, South Africa, now recently Sri Lanka, now you're doing even well versus Namibia.
Not really, because at the end of the day, it's cricket. It doesn't matter who you are playing, because at the end of the day, you get a good ball, or you actually, the more, as you said, lesser teams, the more you're playing against those teams, the more pressure comes from my, what can I say, opposition, or I can say people in general.
Right, looking towards the qualifiers now, which will be the main target. What's the mood like in the camp? Are you guys really geared up for it, that we can actually look to a much more positive performance?
Guys are actually in a good frame of mind. They're actually positive and calm, to be honest.
Thank you so much, Marvin.
Wonderful to hear the thoughts of Zimbabwe's in-form man, Tadiwa Nashima Romani. Right, we're just about ready to go with ball number 1 here of the final T20 at the Queen Sports Club. We're going to go upstairs now, join our first 2 commentators. It's Eli Tamirepi and Darlington Matapanatso.
We've seen Zimbabwe do a couple of times is Wellington Masakadza taking the new ball, try and get through that over quickly. First over, if you can get it through it quickly and cheaply. He's get one good over out of the way in that power play, and he's been successful so far. Lawrence Steenkamp is the debutant. First time for Namibia, and out there with him is Frylinck. Frylinck's on strike. Another man back in the gold and red for Zimbabwe this afternoon is Sean Williams. He's had a little bit of a break away from the game. And Zimbabwe management, the team management's been very good about making sure everybody's nice and fresh through these series and in preparation for the T20 qualifiers. Starts in Harare. That's the sweep shot. There's no protection back there. Little to leg side from Wellington Masakadza, and Namibia get their first boundary. That's a good start. Just 2 deliveries and already 6 runs on the board for Namibia. And we're seeing a nice positive start from them. It's often a good idea to get runs on the board. Again, he goes for the slog sweep. This time it's off the inside edge, and Blessing Zarabani not able to catch up. That's 2 boundaries in this first over. Just joined by a very busy man who's done a lot of work already before the start of this game. Good afternoon to you.
Jan Frylinck picking up another boundary. It's been a good showing so far.
Yeah, that's 3 boundaries in a row off this Wellington Masakadza over. And he's still got 2 balls to bowl. He's already gone for 14 runs. This is the perfect start when you win the toss and decide to bat. This is exactly what Erasmus, the Namibian captain, wanted from Jan Frylinck early on.
I worked away for a single. Think of 2, but just keep it down to 1. I love this approach by Namibia. Yes, it's just the first over, but they've been very positive about their approach. Despite the losses that they suffered in the first 2 opening games, they know there's a third game, a different game, but still all to play for. Playing positively, not letting that get into your mind. You focus on the work that's ahead.
Lawrence Steenkamp for the first time in this series. Lots of reports says there's some real talent here. Oh, that's a good start. He just dabs it down to third man. And caps out a very good first over for Namibia here. 16 runs from it. 16 for none. Another look at the 2 sides. Brendan Taylor, Brian Bennett, and at the top of the order for Zimbabwe. Back into the side, had a break during the second T20. And Trevor Gwandu for the first time in this series, facing Brad Evans. Then Tony Munyonga makes way for Sean Williams. 2 changes in the Namibian setup. Shikongo comes in for Brassel. And then Lawrence Steenkamp.
One of the 3 changes from the Zimbabwe side. Many thought that he would get a rest for the remainder of the series after pairing the first one. Ball away. Deep and a bit of fumble from Wellington Masakadza. And that'll be a good start to the over for Lawrence Steenkamp and Namibia as they gifted the boundary. Bit of sloppy work out there from Wellington, and he pays a heavy price.
Yeah, good start from young Lawrence Steenkamp. It's in the slot. And he's gotten into a good position. He should have just picked up a couple here, but having a poor start this morning.
Much better.
Up their hands looking for extra work. I mean, the biggest example was Brian Bennett asking to be promoted up the order to open the batting in all formats. And this is just a sign of a strong side.
Clubbed all the way, and that'll be a maximum. Pitched a little bit too short, and Jan Frylinck pounces on that one. Sends it to what seemed like the longer side, but not today.
That is absolutely pinged off the bat. Frylinck has looked good 3 boundaries and then this maximum. And Zimbabwe under some real pressure here, and Blessing Zarabani has to try and find a way here. He's already gone for a boundary off the first delivery and this over, and then that maximum. So he's forced to make a change in the field. Wellington Masakadze has been on the 3rd man boundary. He's been pushed 40 meters to his left. Protect that area where that maximum was smashed over backward point.
Looking to go again through the offside. That's a magnificent shot. And that'll be back-to-back boundaries. Now, this is a brilliant start from Jan Frylinck. Taking full advantage here. Off with on offer this time.
What he's done is he is creating width, isn't he? Just backs away just a little bit. Both times that he's faced Zarabani in this over. Gives himself a little bit of room towards the leg side to try and access. That is the shorter boundary towards the eastern side of the ground. And he's taken full advantage of it. This is a plan. This is a clear sign that Namibia have done their homework and come up with a plan to counter Zarabani.
Top edge in the air, but it'll fall safely, then trickle for another boundary. 3 boundaries. And in those 3, there's a maximum. Even Blessing Zarabani can't believe it himself.
I'd say top edge, I think, is a bit harsh. I think he's deliberately gone a little later this time. First one, he's gone quite hard at it because there was the protection was at 3rd man. And then this time, he's gone a little later, a little softer to get it into the vacant 3rd man area where Wellington Masakadze was at the beginning of this over. That really good over for Namibia, 35 for none.
Yeah, 19 runs in that over of Blessing Zarabani. And then plenty of high scoring.
What they've then done is so much pressure on Zimbabwe. They've been forced to go to Sean Williams. Zarabani and Masakadze have both been very expensive. Lawrence Steenkamp, just 5 from 4. But it's Jan Frylinck who's been outstanding. Just 8 deliveries to get to 29.
Yeah, for me, I think this is good for Lawrence Steenkamp where he's in the side. Goes up and over. Point there. Should pick up 3. It's a good piece of running.
Oh, this is good teamwork in the field from Brian Bennett and Tadiwa Nashimarumani. Chased it. Brian Bennett got there first, just pulls it back. And Marumani gets a throw into the keeper, Brendan Taylor.
Yeah, I was talking about Steenkamp being in the side. With Jan Frylinck being so aggressive, it gives him or allows him the opportunity to play himself in, assess the condition a bit. It's the first time that you're playing in the side in the series. So it just gives you a little bit more of time to get acclimatized to the situation. It's off the pad. Zarabani not able to stop the single. It's we consider also as a wide.
Steenkamp's in the side for Milan Kruger, who's had 2 knocks in the series so far. 13 from 13 in the first T20 International, and then 45 from 44. I think the hope here is that Lawrence Steenkamp will just be a little more explosive. A couple of starts in there for Milan Kruger, and he's not been able to accelerate. Get those strike rates around 150 plus that we're used to seeing from players coming out of the power play. He's not been able to do that, but Jan Frylinck is the star of the show at the moment.
Well, if you're just joining us, that number that you see is the current run rate. That definitely is not a mistake of the graphics. It's how Namibia have been scoring. That was a close one. Did well to cover ground.
Yeah, just got a really bad bounce. Ryan Bell's done well to stop that in the first place. And then off his knees, he's thrown it towards Sean Williams. But as it's bounced on the edge of the wicket here at Queen's, It's just been a really steep bounce. And Frylinck looking to go leg side. This has been a good bowling change in the context of this match. Just slowed down the scoring somewhat. And what's key is no boundaries in this Sean Williams over so far. And that's a beautiful, slower delivery. A little slower through the air to close out the third over. 44 for none.
A city of Bulawayo. Magnificent pictures there. Statue of Father Zimbabwe. Late Vice President Joshua Mkabugo Nkomo. Magnificent stature of unity and solidarity. A man of the people, they say. There's actually a museum in the city to honor him.
Trevor Gwandu for the first time. Oh, Jan Frylinck. Great way to greet the return of Trevor Gwandu into the Chevron side this afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, Trevor, and welcome to this T20 series between Namibia and Zimbabwe. You're greeted with the boundary. Just shows you the kind of form that Jan Frylinck is in, or rather the good start to this particular encounter that he's at. Doesn't need to have a look in terms of what's on offer from the bowler. Looking to attack him first ball up and gets a boundary, pushing the pressure back to the Zimbabwean side in terms of what they need to do to try and get back into this game.
He passed his previous best in the series of 22 a while back. So much action. We didn't get the opportunity to actually talk about it. 22 from 11, and that was in the previous T20 International. And then 21 from 13 in the first, so he's been explosive.
In the air, but it seems it'll fall safely. Very, very safely. That'll be a maximum. And for a moment, it went many a mile up there and seemed to stay up in the sky. But at the same time, it traveled the distance.
Extraordinary cricket shot again. What he's very good at this afternoon is he forced the change in the field, pushed fielder down towards the long on boundary, and then this time he's gone inside the line to get it over fine leg. No fielders back on the boundary in that direction. Very, very safe shot.
Pulled away again. That'll be another one. It'll be back-to-back boundaries there for Jan Frylinck. The previous maximum took Namibia to 50. This one will just get them again going to find another boundary to push a little bit more in the over.
14 runs from this Trevor Gwandu over, and he's still got 3 balls left in it. Much better batting conditions this afternoon. It's just the extra pace allows the shot making, makes the shot making a little bit easier. And Jan Frylinck has been outstanding.
Heaved away. Now that one will fly all the way into the swimming pool. Yes, it's hot, but that delivery was sent away even hotter. Jan Frylinck will get to half century of 13 deliveries. It should be one of the, I can put my money on it, fastest 50 that we've seen in this series. And it should be his fastest 50 in Namibian colors.
Should even be amongst the fastest 50s in all T20 International. Just going to go and have a look through our stats and tell you exactly where he stands. And another big 6. He's gone little squarer this time. Trevor Gwandu is under some pressure.
We need hard hits at Queen's Sports Club at the moment. Jan Frylinck tees off again. I know Dixon was playing golf. If he had played any better shot than that. And that was sent many a mile again. 3 maximums in this particular over of Trevor Gwandu. 26 with the delivery to go.
What that is also means is Namibia 70 for none in 3 overs and 5 deliveries. Lawrence Steenkamp 11 from 9, very good, but nobody's going to talk about that. Dot ball to finish. Jan Frylinck 56 from 15 and Namibia 70 for none.
Well, T20 cricket will always marvel you with how things get going. And Namibia are just doing just that. 70 after 4 overs. I think the previous best that I've seen of such a performance is the rubbing of South Africa. We are playing England and a end of the power play. 100 runs had been scored by courtesy of some big hitting by Phil Salt and Jan Frylinck. Jan Frylinck seems to be going at that.
Tinotenda Maposa comes into the attack and just been given a list of the fastest 50s in T20 internationals. And there's the fastest is by Dipendra Singh Airi of Nepal. This is Mongolia. Just 9 deliveries to get that. Then Yuvraj Singh is in second position with 12 deliveries to get to 50. And then there are now 4 men on the planet who've gotten 13 ball 50s. And Tadiwa Nashimarumani did that against Gambia. Muhammad Fahad against Turkey. And then Mirza Asan. And then today, it is Jan Frylinck, who is in joint third position for the fastest T20 international. And he's done that against Zimbabwe. It's been absolutely exciting.
I think also this just gives also the appreciation of the kind of surface that they're playing on. It's a good batting track. Once you get yourself in, you're able to play your shots freely. And that's what Jan Frylinck's been able to do in just the space of 15 deliveries. 15, I repeat.
What do you think is going through Tinotenda Maposa's mind at the moment? He's just seen Mzarabani got smashed. Then Thing went for 26. Gwandu went for 26.
Slower delivery. Oh, from Maposa, I guess he just has to look at how those previous bowlers have been dispatched for plenty. Pace on, you go. So there needs to be lots of variation in pace, variation in length. Don't try and bowl the same deliveries over and over again because you risk exposing yourself to the thumping that Jan Frylinck is doing at the moment. So that variation will come in handy. And for him, who knows the surface better because he plays here for Tuskers. And yeah, just over Sikandar Raza. And hung in the air for a while there. And he was interested, Sikandar Raza. Just eludes him.
This is a good so far from Tino Maposa. This one is hard into the wicket, and Lawrence Steenkamp doesn't able to get it off the middle of the bat. Found the toe end of the bat there. But what's most important is Maposa's just gone for 4 off the first 4 deliveries. So this is good.
Quicker this time. That'll be 1 for the over. So that variation what we're talking about. That's what he's been able to do, Maposa. Previous delivery, dug it into the surface. Slow ball. Then this time a quicker bouncer.
Needs to close this one off well. Just 4 runs from 5 deliveries. And that's a wicket. Tinotenda Maposa has gotten the breakthrough. And created just a little breathing space for Zimbabwe. As Namibia lose their first.
Zimbabwe fans breathe a sign of relief. All smiles because Zimbabwe have gotten the breakthrough of the first wicket. Lawrence Steenkamp goes for 14 of 13. And Namibia will be 74 for 1.
An over remains in the power play. 74 for 1. Namibia. It's been an absolute exhibition from Jan Frylinck. 7 fours. And a number of sixes already. One word from me to describe the batting from Namibia so far, Dixon. Carnage.
Absolute carnage here, Tino. 5 down, 74 for 1. And those numbers, 16 deliveries, 57 runs. And immediately a platform has been set. And instead of seeing Yanni Cole after Eaton, we see Gerard Erasmus coming in now. Will he continue with the fireworks? Mzarabani coming out for his second over. Murky the waters a little here for Namibia. An experienced bowler. Second over from the city end. But anyone to stop Jan Frylinck today? You also see him can't even stop himself from going after it, Jan Frylinck.
Look at that projected score. 286. The current rate just below 15. I think Darlington Mutambanadzo was spot on about his pitch report. Ball coming onto the bat, little bit of grass that's just holding it together.
You asked me for a prediction. I think I'm 100 runs short of the prediction.
That's a good delivery. Good Yorker. Wide.
Not really sure if I can be nailed for that. Who knew Jan Frylinck had a different set of cereal this morning for breakfast?
Yeah, pace off it. That's why I bowled. From Muzarabani, those kind of deliveries are going to be crucial for the remainder of this innings.
I think this brings a lot of relief from Zarabani, Sikandar and the hordes of people that have come here to watch. This has been the quietest Jan Frylinck has been. Yeah, 3 dot deliveries. He knows Frylinck. He's not looking to slow down. So the 4th delivery is always going to be tricky.
He's got a hold of this one. That's another big 6. Frylinck continues to shine.
A really good show here from Frylinck. It was pace off, he waited for it. He's got his eye in, he's backing his ability, and he sends it all the way to the boundary.
This one smeared through the offside. Not all that much width, but enough for Frylinck to get another boundary. Namibia here out of control.
Yeah, you can't do anything to that. And all the off-side fielders, all they could do is watch on and take a light jog just to go and pick it up. It's 11 off the over already. One more remaining. And Mzarabani, 29 runs. Yeah, he feels he misses out in Frylinck. He's in a good gear. It's end of the power play. It's 85 for 1. And yet again, we might be seeing a high-scoring game courtesy of Namibia. And even more courtesy of Jan Frylinck. An explosive start yet to Jan Frylinck. Lawrence Steenkamp departed 14 of 14. It's always going to be difficult to match up. Frylinck 67 off 22. Sikandar Raza from the airport end.
The man with the golden arm. To his opposite number, the captain of Namibia, Gerard Erasmus. Can he slow this rate down? Can he get a wicket, Sikandar Raza?
The wickets are going to be crucial, but I think at this stage it's even more crucial. It's just to tighten the tap a little, because Frylinck has been an absolute monster this afternoon.
Good running. The first thing he did well there was make sure that he just gave it enough momentum to get away from the bowler and too little momentum to get to the fielders quickly so they can come back.
He's a man in control, Jan Frylinck. 69 off 23. It's not too often when you get those numbers, especially for Namibia.
It's well bowled by Raza because he's given himself room, but he's seen him. He has followed him, so he doesn't have the width he was looking for to go over the offside. Well bowled. This is good from Raza.
Actually, very good, Tino. Only 3 runs from this over. The one more delivery to go.
Very, very well bowled. Again, he's followed him outside that leg stump, Raza. And in the context of the game, a priceless over. Just 3 from it. 88 for 1.
Yeah, the best yet from the Zimbabwe's bowling.
Sean Williams comes into the side for the first time in the series, as does Trevor Gwandu, replacing Garava. Williams replacing Tony Munyonga. Gerard Erasmus elevating himself to number 3 in this innings. Just looking to continue the good work that's been started by Frylinck. He's on strike to Maposa.
That is really, really good running. A good call here from Frylinck. My pulse not so much impressed. See from his look and body language. Yeah, wide given. I think what Maposa needs to realize here as well, Frylinck has been faultless as well through the offside. Just back of a length tucking into him. Might get you in business here.
He's looked for the Yorker. Oh, they thought about two. Very good decision not to take it. Not to Sikandaraza.
Yeah, quite a crowd here at Queen's Sports Club. Of course, the majority of them will be searching for some shade. It is hot. Currently 32 degrees at the field.
Feels worse than 32 degrees when you're out there.
Yeah, adjusted really well. He'll get a single. Erasmus's ploy here is to get Frylinck on strike as much as possible.
Yeah, and the reverse of that will be Sikandaraza, the Zimbabwean fielders and bowlers, trying to keep Erasmus on strike for as long as possible. Keep Jan Frylinck away. And hopefully that starvation and no boundaries might lead to a rash shot. This has been a good comeback over from Maposa. Raza's previous over and his collectively going for 8 runs with this one ball to go in this over, but it's brought that rate down from very close to 15 to below 12. Zimbabwe will want to keep just chipping away, bringing down that rate.
No, superb delivery to finish off the over. 8 done, 93 for 1. Quite exorbitant. Trevor Gwanda going for 26, and he's only over. Masakad's at 16. Mazarabani in his 2 overs. An economy at 14.5. Sikandar Raza will continue. He's been the most successful so far for Zimbabwe. His previous over going only for 3 runs.
Wide signalled by Langton Rusere. Now, the first over to Jan Frylinck was good. Starved him of width on the offside. What will he do this time around? Same thing. And to try and counter, he looks to go leg side. But the lack of pace on the delivery from Raza is what's done him.
Yeah, clear sign of frustration here from Frylinck.
Gone up in the air, and it's gone a long way. All the way.
He's gotten out of it proper. It was only just a matter of time till Frylinck gets enough wheeler to the leather.
Big appeal, and gone. How often does Sikandar Raza do this? Gets important breakthroughs. This is another for Zimbabwe. Good catch from Taylor.
Now, great take from Taylor. The danger man is out. He's really, really disappointed about himself. He just cannot hide it, can he? And in similar fashion, Zimbabwe can not just hide how much this breakthrough means for them. And Frylinck departs 77 from 31 deliveries. And my, oh my. At 50, coming off 13 deliveries, 7 4s and 3 6s. $102 for 2. Jan Nicole after Eaton comes in after the demise of Frylinck. Yeah, major breakthrough here for Zimbabwe. Courtesy of Sikandar Raza. Lofty Eaton and Rasmus will look to be a bit more responsible here. 3 more deliveries to go in this over. 2 fairly new batters in the middle.
That's what Zimbabwe were looking for. Break the partnership, but even more so, get Jan Frylinck. But they've got Lofty Eaton to have to deal with, the man in good form, well fielded Masakadza.
Yeah, some quick dance moves there from Erasmus just to get out of the way. That was hit properly. Look at that. Looks like there was a slight ricochet off his back. No successful over yet for Zimbabwe. They won't mind the wise, they won't mind the boundary.
Bowled him. Lofty Eaton's given himself some room. Raza holds that ball back. Crashes into the middle stump.
Yeah, the danger man not contributing much today. I think a little too early to be explosive here from Lofty Eaton. 1 from 2 deliveries and a clear sign of disappointment from Lofty Eaton. It's the third wicket here for Zimbabwe. It's 104 for 3. Zimbabwe on a good roll. Yeah, big celebrations here from the Zimbabwean crowd. It's a vibe, and if you're nearby, right here in the City of Kings, this is where it's happening. Queen Sports Club. 9 overs done, 104 for 3. Erasmus and JJ Smith.
Opportunity here for Zimbabwe just to squeeze. That rate now below 12. Projected score is still massive, 229. Sean Williams and Raza will both realize this is an opportunity just to try and get through these spin overs quickly. Sneak in a couple of overs.
Yeah, really good year from Williams. I think what Erasmus realizes here is they cannot afford to lose any more wickets. I'd rather absorb the next 2-3 overs. Yeah, really well played. There's an opportunity here to come back for a second one. There's also an opportunity for a run out. The finger goes up. Really good throw from the boundary. The crowd goes wild. And look at that. Zimbabwe all of a sudden flying high.
This is an outstanding bit of fielding from young Musekiwa. He's quick, he's energetic. They thought there was an opportunity to come back. But have a look at this, running away to his right, picks up, throws in one motion. Sean Williams thinks it's going to hit, it does. JJ Smith short of his ground. Namibia now 106 for 4.
Well, it's a game of cricket. Everyone can try and be a wizard and predict. But any form of wizardry has its limits. Especially on a day like this. An explosive start here for Namibia. Frylinck 77 not 31. And 2 more to go in the 10th.
In the air for a moment, but away from Sean Williams.
Immediately off the mark, Zane Green is coming at a time where there's a bit of pressure for Namibia. They've lost wickets in the last 3 overs in clusters, back-to-back wickets. It's 10 overs down, it's 109 for 4. It's time for change in the box.
That's the beautiful art gallery in the city of Kings and Queens, right in the city centre. Very close also to the Reserve Bank offices of Zimbabwe. Very busy parts of the city of Kings and Queens. I'd love to invite any of those that are walking about to come through right here and watch some beautiful pieces of cricket we have. Tashingam Sekiwa, they won't want to take on his arm again after realizing what he was able to do. Quite handy out in the field. For me, I think he's one of the quickest that I have seen amongst Zimbabwean fielders. Raza already in these third overs, picked up 2 quick wickets for 15. He's provided again that magical touch that he always brings into the Zimbabwe bowling attack. Aided with a good piece of fielding. Zimbabwe are back in this encounter, Darlington.
And what Tashingam Sekiwa's little bit of fielding also does is it puts a mental clamp on the Namibian batters. They just aren't going to take on the arm when it's out into the infield. We see Brian Bennett here as well, quickly to the ball. And it just puts that hesitation in and you stop taking risks. And that projected score, 213. When Jan Frylinck was going, that projected score was around 300. 360 is what we saw early on. A couple of wickets taken, and suddenly Zimbabwe are really back into this game.
Yeah, lots to play for. And think when you say Zimbabwe are back in it, the much loud crowd that's here at Queens, they're up in song already. Just missing their band today, but already they're up in song. It's been another good over from Raza. He's kept it quite tight, so a bit of fumble. Wellington Masakadza allows them to get 2.
It's been uncharacteristic in the field this afternoon as Wellington Masakadza. Usually one of the gun fielders in this lineup for Zimbabwe. He's had a couple of fumbles, misfields, and
oh, that looks straight. Pretty close. Maybe, just maybe going down leg side.
And that signals the end of the 11th. 115 for 4.
Yeah, but what a brilliant showcasing that we've had of batting and spirited comeback from Zimbabwe. And it's been all entertaining, the beauty of T20 cricket and how quickly it changes. One side might have the upper hand, and a few deliveries later, tables can turn so quickly. I've seen how they turned. Jan Frylinck started off pretty well. Explosive. Now his team seems to be on the back foot. Wellington Masakadza back in the attack. Had an expansive first over, went for 16. Now how well can he do in his sort of second spell in this game?
Yeah, coming back from injury, so it was quite good in his first outing. What a good over inside the power play. Allowed Zimbabwe to dominate Namibia through that power play, even though Jan Frylinck was quite good in that. Getting to 22 from 13. He was explosive, but Masakadza managed to stay away from home. Not so today.
Oh, good work behind the stumps from Brendan Taylor. He looked to be pretty quick, but Langton Osiri had a good eye on that.
Really good work as well from Brendan Taylor behind the stumps. It's the one that goes down the leg side with the angle. He's just managed to keep something behind the line as the Namibian captain.
Fascinating to see Brendan Taylor still pretty quick behind the wickets like that.
Oh, well fielded from Masakadza. This is such good pressure. 3-dot balls in his return into the Zimbabwe bowling attack. Eventually, finally, Gerard Erasmus manages to get away for a couple. Really good running. This time they take on Bennett and succeed.
Yeah, they get 2, but that was a tie call for 2. Zimbabwe been electric in the field. Just trying to work that one around the corner and go for a quick single. Well, the 1 was there, and they took a big risk, which paid off in going for the 2. Just one hand pick up and throw. This was, yeah, it was home and dry.
It's the fact that Brian Bennett has the confidence to pick it up one-handed at full tilt. Just starting to show signs of very strong mentality within the Zimbabwe lineup.
Too close to cut for my liking. Fortunate enough, because with those that are too close to cut, you have the risk of chopping it on.
Just noticed something, and you need to explain this to me. You're the left-arm spinner between the two of us. That Masakadza has not turned the ball away, and I think this is deliberate. He looks like he's concentrating on angling the ball in towards the leg stump more than looking for the turn away for the left-hander. And both Zane Green and Erasmus are struggling to get him away.
Yeah, I think he's trying to cut out the room, because when he's turning it away from right-handers, they can give themselves just enough room leg side, and then they can access that offside. So he's trying to cut out that option. And looking at the where he's been bowling coming from, that's pretty much becomes the shorter side that they'll be targeting. So he's trying to make them push them to go leg side, which might just be the longer side of the two sides here. And that gives them a chance to holding it out to those 3 fielders out in the deep there. Sikandar Raza has got his last of the allotted 4.
Yeah, 6.33 is his economy rate in that period up until now, but it's the 2 wickets he's taken. Infinitely more important than that really wonderful economy rate.
The power play belonged to Namibia. They were really strong out of that one, 86 for 1 after 6. But the middle over period has largely belonged to Zimbabwe. In that they picked up 3 wickets and they have sort of restricted the scoring rate. But I've been looking at that projected score right now, just dabbling around the 190s. Still is a good score.
Did hear Dixon early on, just before the start of this game, say a score around 195 would be good. And yeah, they're just looking like they might get there. But it's been this period here for Zimbabwe in recent history. They've been very, very strong from over 7 until about 15. We're still 2 and a bit overs away from there. It's largely because this is where Sikandar Raza does his best work. And then he's combined well in this period as well with Sean Williams. And the find for me in these middle overs has actually been Tinotenda Maposa. He's been very, very good in recent history when he comes in here and bowls in these middle overs. And has had a tendency of picking up key wickets as well. So he's probably coming into the attack soon.
Taken. Oh, what a catch. He came thick and fast to Tinotenda Maposa. Diving to his right. Manages to hold on to that one. And Sikandar Raza picks up another wicket. Another one bites the dust for Namibia.
Yeah, the one aspect we didn't mention when we were talking about his bowling is how he takes some outstanding catches, Tinotenda Maposa, and this is another one. And it comes at an important time, and it's a big wicket of the Namibian captain, who's gone for 14 from 21. And momentum shifts all the way in Zimbabwe's favor at the moment. 122 for 4. Oh, so that's 122 for 5.
Song and dance. Some have good rhythm to tunes, while others they're concentrating on the beverages that they have. That's a good day for Zimbabwe fans out here. Ruben Troppelman will be the new man that comes into the middle for Namibia. Ruben Troppelman, the new batter for Namibia. Last delivery of the over. Work to a leg side. They'll just get one. But this will be a very, very good over for Sikandar Raza, who finishes his allotted 4. He'll have figures of 3 for 24 in the 4. 18 overs done. Namibia 1, 2, 3 for 5. It's been a good fight back from Zimbabwe. Well on top of Namibia at the moment. The last boundary was in the 6th over of the bowling of Blessing Mzarabani. After that, it's been a solid comeback of 7 overs by Zimbabwe, where they've kept things very tight.
Last wicket to fall was the captain, Herat Erasmus, and he was 14 from 22 deliveries. Expresses just how well Zimbabwe have bowled in that period since the end of the power play. It's a big fella now, Ruben Troppelman. He's got the ability to clear most boundaries in the southern hemisphere.
And I believe on any field on the planet. Sweep shots. And that's the first boundary that Namibia will get after the power play. And it comes at a good time where they need plenty of batting like that.
It's a wonderful execution as well from Zane Green here, because he's made this boundary by shuffling across his stumps. Gets a long way outside the offside because there is protection. Tinotenda Maposa is on the boundary backward of square. Goes again this time. This time it's square and it's in front, and Maposa in front of adoring home fans does well to keep it down to 2.
Well, 2 brilliant fielders on that side for Zimbabwe. Tinotenda Maposa and Tashingam Sekiwa. So I get a feeling that Sean Williams is the right man in the right areas where traffic will be high at the moment. Strike rotation has been good. It's one of the key things that will keep Namibia going. Yes, they might not be getting boundaries, but they've been keeping the scoreboard ticking now and again.
See what Sean Williams is looking to do here to Troppelman. to make sure he gets it full as possible into the line of leg stump. Does not want to bowl length at Trumpelman at this stage of the game.
Brian Bennett was almost in action on that occasion, coming thick and fast to him. Worked like side. He should just get one from there. A very good over for Namibia. And then that will be 14 overs done. Should be 134 for the loss of 5 wickets.
Six bowlers used. Mzarabani's been expensive, as has Masakadza and Trevor Gwandu. But Maposa, Raza and Sean Williams have been very, very good this afternoon and really brought Zimbabwe back into this game. Shane Green looking dangerous, 15 from 11. He's just settled in quite nicely. Two overs left in Masakadza's allotment of 4.
You gotta love the attitude that Namibian batters have shown so far. Yes, they might have lost wickets quickly, in quick succession. But each and every batter as they're coming in, they're not afraid to play their shots. They look to play very positively. Some have tried new and orthodox things at the same time. And there we go. Trumpelman, now he knows to score runs. It's pitched up in the slots and it's muscled away.
An error here from Masakadza. You cannot be bowling length to Ruben Trumpelman. You've got to make sure it's impossible for him to get underneath. You've got to force him almost to just find the ones, and only the ones, because he will clear 90% of the boundaries in this southern hemisphere. He does it easily here. And I know Chubby is on his way out with some new balls, because that one ain't coming back.
Now seems somebody has found that ball and been generous enough to throw it back into the field of play. One of the key things as a bowler is that you need to be aware who you're bowling to, what stage you're coming into the attack. What do you need to be aware of? Where are their strengths and what are their capabilities? Something that I just feel Wellington Masakadza was not paying attention to when he came into the attack.
That's a bit of length. That's into the wicket. A little shorter. Very difficult to go against your natural tendency to play back to that delivery and want to play it straight and actually hit it out the ground. So that can be an effective delivery from Masakadza.
Pick up another single. It's been a good start to the over. He started off with a maximum already. It's 8 runs to Namibia.
Kings and Queens are out this afternoon. Always a lot of excitement happening in front of Queen's Sports Club. That's off the pad. And a quick single taken to Mzarabani. But much better length this time from Masakadza. He's gotten it too short to fall into Ruben Trippelman's favorite hit zone. So he's managed to just give him a couple of singles when he's been on strike. Sean Williams talking about the same length. Push him onto the back foot, so he's working it square, but this has gone straight up, and Trevor Gwandu's underneath this one, and he takes a good catch. Such good fielding technique on display here, because he's used his left hand, his non-dominant hand, to screen the sun. He's looking into the sun, and he's made sure that he's been able to get a good view of the ball first, and then got both hands on the ball. And Zane Green is gone for 15 from 12.
Yeah, good catch by Trevor Gwandu. Top edge. And we'll luck about what Trevor Gwandu has done. He's been able to move quickly. And also he told Brendan Taylor to stay away at the same time. And was able to complete the catch. Backing himself up. Namibia lose another wicket. It'll be 144 for 6.
Frylinck's the new man in, and as is the way in modern cricket, Frylinck is not a tail ender by any description of the word. So there is still some firepower available to the Namibians as he joins Ruben Trippelman, who's 10 from 6, one maximum to his name already, Blessing Sarabani. We saw he understood the length to bowl at Trippelman in particular. He's not going to be looking to get this one up the wicket. Going to be banging it forcing him onto the back foot. There's a little bit of width this time, but Trippelman less comfortable when the ball is hitting the deck hard.
Yeah, Trippelman likes it one way and one way only. Full and straight. Yes, he is still powerful enough to hit it any part of the ground from any width, but he just prefers it full and straight. Just as I mentioned, yes, it's a boundary, but it doesn't look very comfortable, Trippelman. It's a welcome boundary here for Namibia. It's also time to welcome Tino back into the box. Tino, a bit of a different picture from when we left.
It is indeed, and thanks, Dixon. Yeah, we talked about Sikandar Raza and what he's capable of doing when teams are going well, breaking partnerships, slowing down the run rate. That's what he did first. And as a result, then managed to get some wickets. And along with that wonderful run out, of course, from Musekiwa.
And that's hit very well. And it just came right above us. Ruben Trippelman, I mentioned it a couple of deliveries before. He likes it full, he likes it straight. And boy, oh boy, does he deliver.
What a shot. You will not find a better stroke than this, but the problem is the length of the ball. At this stage of the innings, to Trippelman, you cannot bowl length, especially with mid-off up in the circle. Take cover, boys.
Yeah. Shot and a little bit wide. He likes it one way and he likes it one way only. It's good to see a couple of school kids coming here to watch some cricket. Catch them young, they say. Zarabani. A really good delivery. Crowd building up here at Queen's Sports Club. That's very good from Zarabani. He's realized Ruben Trampelmann's weaknesses and he's built on them. 16 down, 154 for 6. There's 4 overs remaining. And Zimbabwe all of a sudden have assumed control. City of Kings and Queens. I must say I've enjoyed my time right here in Bulawayo. Much wider streets, the greenery. Very different from where we come from. Some of us in Namibia are just happy to see trees.
Dry ones as well. Yeah, lovely city, Bulawayo. Nice wide roads. People are great too. It's been an enjoyable 3 or 4 days, apart from the excruciating heat.
I don't really mind the heat. That's a good start to the over here from Maposa. I quite enjoy the fluence in his action and the energy through the crease that he carries through. Frylinck can hit a long one as well. But this is when he needs to show up and deliver. I've noticed slight hesitation to take 2s after that run out.
Long on goes back to Frylinck from Maposa. Fine leg comes into the circle. So 3 fielders leg side on the boundary. Deepak with square leg, mid wicket. Long on as well, but he's just gesturing that he wants the fine leg back, I think. Him and the captain have agreed. Fine will stay up. Full and straight, probably. Slow ball, offside, wide.
Yeah, Maposa is not happy with that decision. Summers Taylor. Yeah, this time he gets hold of it. Full safe. There's an opportunity to come back for a second one. Really, really good fielding in the deep from Musakiwa. And the people that have come here to watch in that side, they love him. But I can't help and notice that the absence of the band today, Tino.
Yeah, it's a bit disappointing, isn't it? There's something missing in the air. They've been brilliant, not just the last couple of days in Bulawayo, but all the way through the Sri Lanka series in Harare. They've just brought a different vibe, a different dynamic to the ground. That'll be wide.
Yeah, Namibia needs to take advantage of those moments now. And in the remaining overs, if Trumperman and Forskank can be able to craft another 35 to 45 runs. They scored 169 in the previous match. Hard, but will only get a single.
Yeah, I think what he's doing is bowling that short ball knowing that that boundary is very, very big that way. So he's got to hit it and get the timing spot on. Otherwise, there's an opportunity to give the fielder a catch. How good has he been in the context of the game? Halfway through his third over, just 13 off him. Yeah, that's well bowled. That's a proper effort ball. It won't reach Musikiwa.
You're just rushing the youngster here. Former under-19 captain for Namibia in the previous World Cup in South Africa, Alexander Forskank. A couple of more ideas here from the skipper. And it is very important to finish off well at this period. Yeah, he was looking to go one way and one way only. The only way he knows. $17 done, 161 for 6. Yeah, we were talking earlier about the City of Kings. But, you know, looking at that batting card, I think it is losing the wickets of Steenkamp, Smith and Zane Green. They just failed to get any partnerships going.
Yeah, I'll have to agree. And as well as Jan Frylinck has done, the time that he got out was crucial as well. Unfortunately, just getting one on the bat going down the leg side. Had he batted another 3 or 4 overs, then he could have really been devastating to the Zimbabwean cause. Fielder back, so they'll get one. That being said, though, Namibia have still got a very competitive total on the board at the moment, with 2.5 overs to go in the innings. An opportunity really to make a charge and try and get to that 190 mark.
Yeah, earlier you asked me for a prediction. I said 185 would be a really good score. But there was a point in time when I thought I was 100 runs short from that prediction. Sikandar has it, talking to his bowlers, telling them to keep it nice and simple. They know Trumperman likes it full and straight.
It's a good Yorker, that. Wide outside the off stump. You'll have to play a really good shot to be able to pierce that offside field and get the boundary as big as it is.
That's the right delivery for this moment. Gwandu. I think that surprised Frylinck a little.
Now, that has come out the middle. That sounded good. That is not the right length to be bowling at this stage.
Yeah, take nothing away from Gwandu here. That's a cracking cricket shot from the former under-19 captain. Eight of the over, 2 remaining. In the previous match, Namibia scored 169 in their loaded overs. They're 169 now. That's a good chance to get to 200. They're not where he intended it to go. But they won't mind those runs.
And they're 169 for 6. 2 overs and 1 ball to go. 171, I beg your pardon. So 190 plus is definitely on the cards, yeah. They'll feel they'll need that because the surface has been very good. No hint of turn. So likely to provide the same batting conditions in the second half of this match. 18 overs gone, 2 remain, 172 for 6.
Not much batting left here for Namibia. Sonny Scholes, Shikongo, and Yanisek de Villiers. So if Namibia has to add on 20 to 30 more runs, it'll be between these two. Maposa has bowled really, really well. Picked up a wicket, 16 runs in his 3 overs.
That is a good Yorker. That is a very good Yorker from Maposa. He's had a good outing so far today. Zimbabwean changing room. They'll be challenged this afternoon with whatever it is Namibia end up on. That's well bowled. Slower ball, good from Maposa. No ball called by Langton Rusere though. He's overstepped the line.
I just can't believe it. And Trumpelman licking his lips now. He knows if he gets it right, he'll comfortably get 10 or more runs in this over. And that's hit really, really well. It's hit all the way. It's 6 runs. Ruben Trumpelman moves on to 30.
You don't want to get it wrong to this man. He's looking for the Yorker, Maposa. He's got the low full toss. But Trumpelman has dispatched that. It's a long way, that boundary. And he's cleared it with ease. 180.
And that'll also go. Roll on for another boundary. Back-to-back boundaries here for Namibia.
You'll feel for Maposa here because he's bowled the right delivery. And he's got the ball into the block hole. Unfortunately, just the inside edge gets it away to the boundary. Trumpelman, 34 and 19.
Is that a good run with the bat, Trumpelman? Played really well in the local franchise in Namibia. Just a week ago, one of the warm-up matches, hit a couple out of the stadium. He's put his hand up when Namibia needs it the most. Yeah, that's flat batted. That's hit hard and straight. Ryan Burrell, all he can do is just pick it up and throw it back.
He is such a dangerous player, Trumpelman, especially at this stage of the innings, across the stumps, so he can get as close as possible to that ball he's expecting to be outside the off stump. Speeds away to the boundary. 188 for 6. 8 balls remain in the innings. Maposa. That's gone. Even bigger. That is huge from Trumpelman. He moves on to 44.
Yeah, if you miss your length here, Trumpelman will hit it and it stays hit. He just cannot get it right, Maposa to Trumpelman. I know Chabi. Brings in another set of balls. Looks like it has been found.
Well, his figures were very good up until this final over, Maposa. And it's that one no ball. And that has opened up the floodgates because the free hit went for 6. And then 2 boundaries and then another 6. So this over, 22 from it so far. With 1 ball remaining, 194 Namibia, 200 in sight, 210 achievable. Back over the bowler's head. He will keep the strike, Trumpelman. And a very, very good over, the 19th for Namibia. 195 for 6.
Yeah, the last and final over here at Queen's Sports Club. Coming to you live from the city of Kings and Queens. And as I've been taught in the past couple of days, one would say Kobulawai. I've been picking up on my Isindebele.
That statue, Joshua Mkabuko, Nyongolonkomo. I think you can tell mine Ndebele is quite good. Father of the nation.
I think you missed a couple of Ka Nyongolonkomo.
I did miss that, but pulled away, just the one. I thought the pronunciation was quite good, though. Apart from the ka, and the local man here, Eli, nodding his head in the background.
No, you did really well. I think with my pronunciation, we won't go there. Just happy to be able to say Kobulawaya. It's been good. It's been warm. There's been some really good cricket. 5 more deliveries.
Tucked away from Frylinck. Smart cricket. Get Trumpelman on strike. He's 4 short of a half century. More importantly, in very quick time. 23 balls so far. Going at a 200 strike rate. And this is just what Namibia would have been looking for.
Bowls him. He gets it right this time around with Zarabani. It came in the slot for him, Trumpelman, but just the lack of pace and a well-executed Yorker sends the danger man, Ruben Trumpelman, back to the dugout.
Yeah, it's the bottom edge. I think he's gotten away with this, Muzarabani, because it's length, and we've seen him dispatch those already today. But he exits after an outstanding innings, magnificent contribution of 46 and 24 balls for Trumpelman. And de Villiers walks out.
Now this will surely bring a lot of relief for Zarabani. Can Namibia go past the 200 mark?
Good bouncer. Quick.
Yes, Zimbabwe has got the series lead, but they would want a clean sweep, because whichever team wins this last and final match will carry that momentum into the qualifiers next week. The ICC Men's T20 World Cup Africa qualifier in Harare.
Apart from that, and whatever the result for today's match will be, I think from a Zimbabwean point of view, there are a few areas of concern. They would have won those first 2 games, but you'd feel that 200 plus runs on the board and allowing Namibia within 30, 33 to be exact of that would have been slightly disappointing for them, as well as the manner in which they went about the chase in that second T20 international, losing wickets unnecessarily, batters getting in and not batting through the innings. Of course, that's what this series is for, to help yourself get ready. Short. Pulled away. 6 to finish off the innings for Namibia. They get past the 200 mark. And a very competitive total from the visitors.
Yeah, he's done his job, Alexander Frylinck. He wants to carry that momentum, that feeling. Immediately see the bounce in his step. Zimbabwe will need 205 runs in 20 overs. Namibia thought they got a really good start here, and a platform to bet on from Jan Frylinck. Got his half century from 13 deliveries.
Yeah, if you're going to be ultra critical about the Namibians, you would have felt that they're probably 35 runs short of where they looked like they were going to get to, and credit to Sikandar Raza, the captain, and the Zimbabwean bowlers for slowing down Namibia in that middle part of the innings, but still a very strong finish. And this is what Zimbabwe will require, 205 at just over 10 runs to the over to win this final game of the series.
Yeah, looking at that bowling cut for Zimbabwe. Bit exorbitant. Trevor Gwandu. 2 overs at 18.50. No wickets. Sikandar Raza, outstanding, picking up 3 wickets. And he picked up those wickets. Just breaking the momentum and slowing things down.
Afternoon and welcome back to Queen's Sports Club. Namibia set Bulawayo light earlier on this afternoon, and it was Jan Frylinck with 77 from 31. Strike rate 250, who powered Namibia to a score of 204 for 7 in their 20, capped off by an explosive 46 from 24 from Ruben Trumpelman and Alexander Frylinck 20 from 11. So Zimbabwe have a lot of work to do, even though they were really brought back into that game with 3 wickets for 25 from his 4 from Sikandar Raza, who turned it around when Zimbabwe looked like conceding 250, 280 runs this afternoon. So they should be really happy having to chase 205 in their 20 overs to win. Brian Bennett is on his way out. Just completed 1,000 runs in T20 international cricket. He's looked in good touch. And his partner out in the middle, Tadiwa Nashe Marumani, also looking in very good touch. Has 3 50s in T20 international cricket in a row in his last 3 matches. Langton Rusere and Fozi Fostam Tizwa, former Zimbabwe cricketer, our umpires this afternoon. And this is promising to be a really, really exciting match. Namibia won the toss and chose to bat first. And they really set the tone on how this match is going to be played on a very, very good batting surface. It's looking like it is going to be spin first from Namibia as well this afternoon. We saw Wellington Wasakadza open the bowling, bowl the first over for Zimbabwe. And with his off spin, it's the Namibian captain taking responsibility for the first over this afternoon. There we go. Langton Rusere, once this run chase started. Dixon, this was a wonderful batting performance from Frylinck in particular early on this afternoon. Do you think you'll see something similar from the Zimbabweans? Anyone look like that sort of form this afternoon?
Yeah, outstanding from Frylinck and Namibia. Zimbabwe needs 205 runs in 20 overs. It's Erasmus to start with the bowling from the airport end. And immediately off the mark. And a comfortable start is what Zimbabwe will be searching for, especially in the power play. They have to show a whole lot of intent.
Another interesting idea. I was here early this morning, relatively early, and Sikandar Raza was in the net for at least a couple of hours before this match started. It's almost as if he's anticipated that. That is well played. It's the angle and the quicker delivery from Erasmus that allows Marumani to get his first and Zimbabwe's first of this afternoon.
Quite resty he is, Marumani. He's had a good run. Has given Zimbabwe a couple of good starts in this series.
I smoked it. He's absolutely smoked it. It's taken him 2 deliveries to decide that he's going to hit one out the ground. And I think that's the biggest hit this afternoon.
Yeah, I think Trumpelman would like to contest that, but that is hit, and that is hit very far. Marumani. I think those pictures of Frylinck on how Frylinck started are still playing very vividly to him. So when you're chasing 200, you don't really have much time to settle.
Yeah, and what he's done here, he's suddenly set the tone in pretty much the same way that Frylinck did. Got a lot of big boundaries early on and was particularly harsh on Zimbabwe's number 1 bowler, Blessing Zarabani. Really, really struggled during this power play when Frylinck played him so well. So now some real pressure on Erasmus.
Yeah, 11 off the first 3.
Well, that's a top edge. Oh, Marumani is gone. And Namibia have taken their first wicket after Erasmus was hit for a huge 6 towards the fig trees. Zimbabwe, 11 for 1.
Yeah, he was looking to go hard again, Marumani. But this one just gets a little extra bounce and straightens up. And a comfortable catch by for Bernard Scholes. And a comfortable start for the Namibians.
Just talking earlier about how Sikandar Raza was here for a couple of hours before the start of the game. It's almost as if he's predicted that he's going to have a very, very tough afternoon with a bat this afternoon. But in the meantime, it is Brendan Taylor who makes his way out and starting to look like the very accomplished batter that he is in his last outing for Zimbabwe, 26 from 22 in that innings. And has a very important role to play as Marumani goes early.
Yeah, what we also noticed previously from Taylor, except for that cover drive that he hit towards the long boundary, he wasn't really searching as well as that reverse sweep. He wasn't really looking to go hard. He was just looking to rotate the strike.
Came in a different match situation because Bennett and Taylor and Marumani had essentially set up the win already. So he was just looking to play his way until the last delivery, easily, safely make those knock off the winning runs until he got run out. A little mix up with Ryan Burl.
Yeah, that's it, really well. An effort here from Shikongo, a really good effort. Shikongo quite easily the best fielder in this team.
Wonderful crisp sound off the bat of Brendan Taylor, who was racing across a very fast outfield here at Queen Sports Club. But Shikongo, this is magnificent. This is absolutely outstanding fielding, and he's saved 2 runs. Wonderful athleticism from the young Namibian.
Incredible glove work here from Green. It's a good start. It's a good over. It's 18 for 1.
Yeah, one of those overs that either side would be quite happy with. 13 for the Zimbabweans, and then the wicket of Marumani for the Namibians. Ends even after 1.
Yeah, the addition of Sean Williams might just provide some calm in the Zimbabwean changing room.
Probably the next man in. And then Sikandar Raza, Burl, and then Musekiwa. Musekiwa's really exciting, but it's all spin early on.
Yeah, Barnett Scholes. Be interesting to see the 3 paces. We'll take the ball first here from Namibia.
Well, that's gone past the inside edge. And it's good use of the angle. We saw the captain, Erasmus, as the right-handed off-spinner, doing something similar to Marumani. The angle from around the wicket. That's a heave. Looking to go down the ground. But again, it's that angle. The ball shaping in. Finds the inside edge. Fielder back on the square leg boundary.
Yeah, it's Ruben Trumpelman. A flooded offside.
Really great planning here. And the ability to execute to the plan from Bernard Scholes. Because what he has done is he's just removed a lot of hit zones. You're not going to get that ball over, fielded inside the circle over mid-on to the boundary with that angle. It's always going to be carrying away towards square leg.
But if you can hit it straight, just to Nicole Lofton, just not enough. That's the second wicket yet for Namibia. And the Namibian Eagles are soaring high. It's a big wicket. And Zimbabwe has lost their second.
Beautiful planning from the Namibians here. And it's Bernard Scholz who's executed the plan. Just not allowing any deliveries into Brian Bennett's traditional hit zone. So he had to manufacture something here. And he wasn't able to get enough power through the shot to clear long off. And Lofty Eaton takes an outstanding catch. So far, Namibian fielding has been exceptional. And it is the Zimbabwean captain. No, that's not the Zimbabwean captain. It's Sean Williams back into the side after quite a successful series against Sri Lanka. And he's coming in under a lot of pressure. But Sean Williams and Brendan Taylor played a lot of cricket together. Fantastic understanding between these two. Sean Williams runs really, really well between the wickets. And Brendan Taylor has, in his second coming, also running very, very well between the wickets. So this is going to be a vital partnership for Zimbabwe. But it'll be interesting to see how these two old teammates develop some chemistry this afternoon.
Yeah, Scholes with 2 more deliveries to go. A dreamy start here for Namibia. A quicker one here from Scholes.
Has a reputation for playing the spinners very well. There's Sean Williams. And Bernard Scholz knows this. He's going to make sure he's forcing Williams down to hit him down the ground. He's played the slug sweep. And he's played it perfectly. Finds the gap. And he gets a boundary just 2 balls into his innings.
Yeah, this will bring somewhat a sigh of relief here for Zimbabwe. But losing 2 wickets in the first 2 overs is nothing that they could have predicted. Same as they could not have predicted that start from Jan Frylinck. It's 2 overs done. That's 19 for 2. ...186 runs from 108 deliveries. And it's Ben Chikongo coming in now from the airport end. Has missed out on the first 2 matches. Comes in now.
This is such an opportunity for Chikongo. Because just the way that Brendan Taylor played that first shot, to me, says that he's thinking, I should probably be targeting Chikongo here. And what that allows you, if you hold your nerve and keep hitting a good length, keep getting the ball in the right areas, it allows you to pick up wickets early in a T20.
Yeah, really good running.
Yet again, we see Brendan Taylor forcing that. Not quite in the slot for you to get it away to the boundary. And Chikongo's bowled 2 good deliveries just to start his spell here, get himself started. Just discipline and length.
Yeah, but what you also notice from Taylor here is looking to be technically sound and correct. And I think he needs a couple of more shots like that. Chikongo. That's hit really, really well. Got Trumperman.
Again, we see signs of Namibian planning here. Recent history, Sean Williams has struggled when right arm seamers come around the wicket at him because he hits the ball with the angle as a left-hander. Very strong square of the wicket on the offside. Likes to stay leg side of the ball and really smash it through the offside. Can be very difficult to control when he's playing naturally and it has a nice rhythm. And Chikongo's come around the wicket immediately from him to him and taken away his very, very strong zone.
That full shot. The get to run. Good thinking here from Chikongo.
Bit impressed. Very impressed. Just 3 runs from him. Off his bowling. 4 deliveries in. A lot can change in the last 2 deliveries of an over, but I think it's going to need something really special to find a boundary off either of these 2 deliveries. Changing his field to Sean Williams. I want to make sure he's bowling into the line of the stumps when he's got 5 fielders inside the circle through the offside and only 2, one at cow corner and one at backward square leg on the boundary. He wants to hit those.
That gets this one past. That's a boundary. It's just the angling of the bat. He's quite aware of where all the fielders are.
Yeah, this is good from Sean Williams. Yeah, it's not always power that wins in the T20. Sometimes just placing it correctly. And this time he smashes down the ground. Back-to-back boundaries from Sean Williams. 11 from that Chikongo over. Zimbabwe moved to 26 for 2.
Once again, a really good start to the over here from Chikongo. Just failed to close it well here for Namibia. And earlier, Darlington, you were talking about Sikandar Raza coming in here like a couple of hours earlier to hit balls. Yesterday was a scorching day. It was an off day for the players. I also passed by and I saw Sean Williams right in the middle in the scorching heat of Bulawayo.
You passed by to do what yesterday afternoon in the
I passed by the
heat?
field, yeah.
Just have a look at the ground.
And then I saw Sean Williams right in the middle hitting a couple.
Well, I think they're so important, I think, for Zimbabwe. The last time that a lot of the players who are on the field now were played in that series when Namibia came and beat Zimbabwe here at Queen Sports Club. And it's been something that has been a real hurt for Zimbabwe cricket. As they thought at the time they should have won that series quite comfortably against Namibia. And so everybody of those, Sikandar Raza played in that series, as did Sean Williams. So keen on getting a good series against Namibia, making sure that they finish this series very strong.
The bowling changes here are going to be quite key for Erasmus. Got 3 frontline seamers. A great awareness here from Taylor. They'll take whatever they can get. Erasmus, not short of choices. It's got Chikongo, Smith, Trumperman. You also can easily use Yanisek de Villiers as well as Forskank.
I was very impressed with Yannis de Villiers in the second T20.
Bowls him. Finds the middle stump, JJ Smith. And it's Brandon Taylor that has to go back.
An absolute silence here at Queen's Sports Club. As the Kings and Queens of Bulawayo cannot believe that Zimbabwe are 32 for 3. Wonderful delivery here from JJ Smith. Just enough movement, as Brendan Taylor shows, to get through that drive.
Yeah, that middle stump cut willing out of the ground. Taylor departs. 6 from 8 deliveries. And one can comfortably say Zimbabwe in trouble right now.
Absolutely. It's a different side to the side we've seen in the first 2 T20 internationals. This side looks like it believes that Namibia are going to win this game. There were moments where they did get Zimbabwe under some pressure and then would release that pressure in the first T20 internationals. But today they just have looked a lot more positive and self-assured. Sikandar Raza at the crease.
Yeah, never a good sign when you lose 3 wickets inside the power play. And so early in the power play. 173 runs from 99 deliveries. JJ Smith. Picked up. Just one bounce. And that bounce gave them a boundary that they so very need.
That shot is so Mr. Big Show. That is just oozing self-confidence to walk in after you've seen JJ Smith knock over Brendan Taylor and then just whip him over fine leg to the longest part of the ground and nearly get a maximum to get yourself going. Well, this is exciting because it looks like Sikandar Raza is up for the challenge this afternoon. Run rate just 10.4, not a problem. And great response from JJ Smith as Raza's running down the wicket.
Yeah, you said it. He's oozing of confidence. But it reminds me of his previous dismissal where he was coming down the wicket, premeditated and hit it straight into Lofty Eaton's hand at long off. Maybe just giving himself a little bit of time and rebuild a partnership. And the Williams-Raza partnership is key to Zimbabwe's victory.
6 runs and a wicket from this first JJ Smith over. And Namibia all over Zimbabwe, looking in total control at 36 for 3.
Yeah, 3 wickets. Erasmus, Scholes, and Smith. Marumani, Bennett, gone back to the dugout, as well as Taylor. Ruben Trumpelman from the airport end. Might be seeing Ryan Ball coming in next. But it's played really well.
Ruben Trumpelman, for me, bowls one of the most difficult to deal with bounces that we've seen through this series. And it's something that both Sean Williams and Sikandar Raza have to have in the back of their minds. It almost comes on to you a lot quicker than everything else that he bowls at you and can really set you up with that short ball.
Yeah, he gets it over the top. It's a chase here. Really good teamwork. Steenkamp, Chikongo.
Also really good running from Sikandar Raza and Sean Williams as they come back for the third. Not finding anywhere near the middle of the bat here. But it's a really, really aggressive swing through the line. Gets it over backward point. And Namibia very, very keen in the field. Chase it down and keep it down to 3.
A really good fielding. It's a flooded offside.
What we've seen as well is how straight they've bowled at Sean Williams. Getting the ball over the top of the middle stump seems to be the plan at Williams. Just take away shots away, square on the offside. Again into the line of leg stump here. Shikongo does the fielding.
That's a good over here from Trumpelman. Yeah, that's well executed.
Slower bouncer this time. So he has that one too. And Sikandar Raza's itching to get after Ruben Trumpelman. Just the 4 from 5 in this over. Needs a good one to close it off.
They'll pick up a single. And a good over here from Ruben Trumpelman. 5 done, 42 for 3. A partnership here between Sikandar Raza and Sean Williams is what will carry Zimbabwe through.
And it has to be a big one. I mean, imagine they've got to get to within 50 or 60 runs of what Zimbabwe require to win here. Partnership, just 10 from 9. Just a young partnership. Sean Williams already 16 from 9, going quickly. And Sikandar Raza 8 from 6. JJ Smith. Back continues. Nervous faces in the crowd this afternoon. Oh, that is wonderful from JJ Smith. Gets past the outside edge.
Oh, this has been good from Namibia. Picking up 3 wickets within the power play and keeping Zimbabwe at bay, you would say. 43 you would be what Zimbabwe are able to amass at the moment. And this is really good when you're considering where Namibia wear themselves during the power play.
They've bowled so well at Sean Williams as well. Yes, he is 16 from 10, strike rate 160. But what they have done to him is really reduced the areas in which he can score. And Smith just 6 runs off his bowling so far.
Comes down the track, really not coming from the middle of the bat. Yeah, they've done quite well to keep him at bay, you would say. Not bowling in those strong areas where he's known to be such a good hitter of the ball as Sean Williams. At the same time, this kind of particular situation, it's a good test for Zimbabwe. In the previous 2 encounters, they've been the superior side, sort of just easily walking over the line. But this time they're being tested, and Namibia really pressing in hard. They have 3 wickets in the bag. Helped on its way. And straight to Chapman. Sikandaraza, the danger man, departs. Looking to flick that one leg side. Yes, there was plenty on it, but not enough distance on it.
And I'll tell you what it is that is working for Namibia here. It's a lack of pace. JJ Smith just not giving any momentum into the delivery as he bowls that one. So you've got to add all the power. And this time Sikandaraza is not able to get enough of it. 44 for 4.
Raza departs. 7 from 8.
So Ryan Burl makes his way out to the middle. He's had one good innings so far in this T20 series, but it was more of a cameo than is needed today.
Yeah, plenty of overs for him to bat today, and plenty of work to do. 161 runs that are needed that are in front of him.
22 from 9 is that innings. But he's going to need something a little bit more measured and more substantial than that. Experienced cricketer. Understands what's needed. He's just got to be the batter in when the last delivery of this game is bowled. If he does just that, then he should be just enough to get Zimbabwe across the line. But at the moment, it is all Namibia.
Yeah, things are working well for the Eagles of Namibia here. Scoreboard pressure will do a lot in Zimbabwe, as well as just situation pressure. 4 wickets down. Again, pace off. Nothing to work with. A very, very good over the loss of the power play. So it'll be 6 overs done. Zimbabwe 44 for the loss of 4 wickets. That's the equation. A 161 from 84 remaining deliveries. Current run rate just around 8. What will be of particular concern for Zimbabwe is that the majority of their big hitters, they are back in the changing room. We're talking of Sikandaraza, gone. Marumani gone. Brian Bennett also gone.
Another good delivery here from Shikongo, getting the ball over the line of the middle stump. "12 runs and over is what Zimbabwe need in every single over from here on.
Coming down the track, that's Ryan Burl, able to negotiate to leg side. Easily come back for 2. Finds that deep pocket. So there'll be a couple of things that Zimbabwe will need to do right. One would be particularly the running in between wickets. If they can get a lot of 2s, it'll help them. And then in that effort as well, a couple of boundaries in the overs will be needed.
The other ideal situation is that somehow, somewhere, Son Williams probably needs to find 15, 16 runs from in and over from one bowler. Because what that'll then do is just really reduce the amount of pressure you're under. Because every single time you don't get that required 12 runs and over, the game just gets further and further away. So you just want to try and find a way that it doesn't get too far away from you. Sean Williams is slightly more set. Faced 13 for his 18. And he's the player who actually has to take on one of these Namibian bowlers.
Oh, that's a good delivery following him. Really well bowled there by Ben Shikongo. Much tidier in this particular over. He's only considered 4. He went for 12 in his first over.
Now, he was in a similar position in that over as well. It conceded 4 off the first 4 deliveries. Oh, Sean Williams was able to find 2 boundaries to close out that over. Has that in the back of his mind, but has to make sure that he finishes well here.
Again, worked away leg side. This time just for 1. J.J. Smith has been one of the very outstanding bowlers for Namibia so far. Chipped again. That's a good shot. That's a very neatly timed shot. Intentional all the way for 4.
Still a good one here from Shikongo. 9 runs from it. And Ryan Pearl has played a beautiful shot here. Gets a long way outside the off stump. Fielder is inside the 30-yard circle at fine leg. So anything either side of him is going to be a boundary. 53 for 4.
We spoke about T20 being a game in which it's won in phases. Well, the first 6 belong to Namibia because in that they picked up 4 wickets, restraining Zimbabwe just to under 50. And how the middle overs play going forward will be important. And similarly, Namibia, in their innings, they were on top with the bat in the first 6, and then Zimbabwe came back strongly, picked up 4 wickets in the middle overs.
Traditionally, even batting as well, this is generally Zimbabwe's strongest little period of play. And very important that the Namibians don't allow Burl and Sean Williams to put on a partnership here. Ryan Burl in particular, for me, very dangerous in the last sort of 7 or 8 overs of an innings, because has real power, the ability to clear any boundary. Doesn't really matter how far or how big the boundary is, he'll generally clear that safely. So you just don't want him to have that little momentum getting into over number 7 or 8, or 7 or 8 to go, and be sort of 30 from 20 can be very dangerous. Oh, that's a miss stumping. Sean Williams was looking to run down the wicket to Erasmus, who's seen him coming, and fired one down the leg side, and Zane Green is not able to collect it.
Yeah, brilliant piece of bowling there from Gerard Erasmus. Adjusted quite well. And that'll be signaled as wide as well. Looking to open the offside. Push for 1. Guess for the Zimbabwean batters, especially these two, Ryan Burl and Sean Williams, just having a look at that go again, down leg side, not able to fully collect that one was Zane Green. Back to live action, reverse sweep, just for 1.
Erasmus has been good this afternoon. Took the first over and picked up the wicket of Marumani. And that is where the troubles for Zimbabwe began. And then it was Bernard Scholz who bowled the second over of the innings and picked up the wicket of Brian Bennett. Wonderfully controlled performance from the Namibians. 8 overs gone and it's 59 for 4.
Partnerships are important. Brian Bennett and Marumani put up 10. Bennett and Taylor, not much, as well as Sean Williams with Taylor. So it's been stunted growth for the partnerships of the Zimbabwean batters. Nothing really to write home about. So they're looking for that partnership that will get things going for them, because the majority of them are still have been in single digits.
Tashinga Mseki was likely to be the next batter in, and then Wellington Masakadza and Tino Tenda Maposa. So there is some batting still for the Zimbabweans, but just so much work to do as the run rates required. It crosses 12 for the first time this afternoon.
How much work will this particular scenario work on these particular partnership of Burl and Williams, knowing that the batters that are still to come, yes, some have potential, but they need to be the backbone? How do they control that aggression of going for the target, but as well being mindful of what's to come?
Breathe deeply. Because the biggest thing that works against you is when you start to think too much when you're in a situation like this. It's still a very simple game, cricket. You already know where your hit zones are, where the boundaries are going to be found, and where the ones and twos are also found. Just watch this ball, breathe deeply.
Scooped away. Sean Williams, a premeditated shot, but well executed. And he times it well. Still to confirm whether did that go all the way or not.
This is good play from Sean Williams. They've been bowling into the line of the stumps at him. He's so strong outside that offside. And he's punished Ruben Trumpelman here over the leg side. And he's gotten it this boundary in the first half of the over. So this is good from the Zimbabwean perspective, because it means that this can be a big over if Williams and Bill play well.
Good comeback. Shorter, quicker. And that was a magnificent shot from Sean Williams. Sort of just keep the required run rate from skyrocketing. Just now above 12. That's what they also need to worry about, not letting it really get away from them. It'll be a test of temperament. Sean Williams has been in such situations before, as well as Ryan Burl.
Another good slower delivery. Good changes of pace from Ruben Trumpelman here. Good quick bouncer followed up by a slower Yorker. And so this is still a good over from the Namibian perspective. Anything that is under 12 runs in an over is going to be good for Namibia. He just has, again, to finish this over off with Ryan Burl on strike.
It's played in front of the man at mid-on. Not out of the middle of the bat. Sounded like came off the toe end of the bat. It's a single to end the over. It'll be 9 overs done. Zimbabwe will be 69 for the loss of 4 wickets. Yeah, Zimbabwe 4 down. Your assessment of the 4 wickets that have fallen. What did you say? Great pieces of bowling or some uncalled for shots? What's your take?
My take is that Namibia's planning was spot on today. They used 2 spinners early in that power play, and then they picked up the 2 wickets of the guys who've been making runs for Zimbabwe, in Bennett and Marumani. And then Brendan Taylor got a really, really good delivery. Swung late. JJ Smith bowled really, really well. And then Skandar Raza just succumbed to scoreboard pressure. It's the lack of pace that the Namibians have bowled with for me today. They've really held the pace back. It's not that they're slow, but they've deliberately slowed things down. And I think that comes to preparation, not giving the Zimbabwean batters pace to work with.
Straight. That's it very well. Well, there's a man down there. Great work by the captain. Is that long on? Slightly longer of all the boundaries when you're looking to play straight. Close to 70 meters that Sean Williams was trying to clear there.
Again, you see it's a lack of pace. He just doesn't get the early, quick contact that he was looking for. Another idea that shows planning to me is bowling wide to Ryan Pearl. Very strong when you get into the line of the stumps. Almost the opposite of the way that Sean Williams plays, where Sean Williams wants it outside the line of the stumps to be very, very strong. He wants it into the pads. Round about there. Much better. Very strong when it's into the line of the pads. So he's 13 from 13. Hasn't gotten going yet, as Ryan Pearl.
Yeah, he loves it there, Sean Williams. That's a good shot. They pick up 2. But a good over in the context of Namibia. They haven't given any boundaries away in this particular over. And what that does, slightly just pushing the required run rate towards 13. And that's always working at the back of your mind when you're on strike or when you're in the middle.
I'm amazed, though, by how relaxed Ryan Pearl is looking. Doesn't look like a player who's expected to score at 13 runs and over, or that might be a problem of any sort. So it's 10 overs gone, 74 for 4.
6 bowlers used so far by Namibia, and the 3 have been very good. JJ Smith, 2 overs, has picked up 2 wickets. He's only given away 7. It's a very good performance from him. The captain, Gerard Erasmus, and Bernard Schultz have a wicket apiece.
What's important about that analysis is only one bowler who's gone at double figures in his economy, and that's Chikongo. Everybody else is under the required that was set when Zimbabwe walked out to bat.
Chikongo in the attack now. Good running, very, very good running between Williams and Burrell. They need that.
Lofty Eaton had to cover a lot of ground to keep that down to just 2 runs. Ryan Pearl, 15 from 14.
And there will be particular bowlers in the Namibian lineup that Zimbabwe will need to target. And they just figure out who that is. Worked away. That's worked away fine. And that's 4. A needed boundary.
And it's good footwork again from Ryan Pearl that's made this shot. Wasn't an awful delivery from Ben Chikongo, but Ryan Pearl manages to get inside the line of this one. And he gets a boundary early in the over.
I just have a feeling that Chikongo might be that bowler that Zimbabwe will target. So you'll need to be very, very wise about his bowling areas. Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, just bounced a little too much. But there is some seam movement out there for Chikongo. That one jags back quite sharply.
Trumpelman cleared the boundary on a number of occasions today. He's also been very, very good with the balls and an outstanding performance. Looking to come down the track. Doesn't get the hit that he wants. We'll get one.
Michael Lofty-Eaton's been busy. He's done good work getting off that long boundary quickly and getting the ball in the air early, throwing it off balance. But once the ball's in the air, you're not risking the second run. Good one again from Shikongo. 7 from it. But, just mustn't give a boundary in these last 2 deliveries.
Good delivery. Just the one.
Yeah, Sean Williams has missed out here. This was outside the line of the leg stump. He had to just get it either side of short fine leg. And that was the boundary. That was the delivery. Here's that reaction. He's annoyed with himself. So 8 from this Shikongo over. Beautiful. Really good bowling. Run rate required now 13.3. Zimbabwe after 11 are 82 for 4.
$123 from 54 deliveries. I understand the need of getting the game as deep and betting long here for Zimbabwe. However, Namibia in complete control. And the clever bowling changes here from Erasmus. Yanisek de Villiers. The last stand in hope for Zimbabwe here, Burrell and Williams.
That's a good delivery. Sean Williams thought that was in his arc to pull away. Misses out on a very good piece of bowling there. Pace off again. That's what's been important. It's what has worked for the majority of Namibian bowlers, especially the seamers, taking the pace off. Scooped over. Great adjustment from Sean Williams. He really walks across the stumps and picks it up well.
Yeah, you have to be creative at this point in time. High risk, high yield. And those boundaries for Zimbabwe need to come thick and fast. And what it will do to a player like Yanisek de Villiers, hasn't played a lot of international cricket, it'll get him thinking, it'll get him trying out a lot of other deliveries. And if he does not execute well, a player like Sean Williams, with a lot of experience, will put him away.
37 from 27. That's Sean Williams at the moment. Strike rate of 137. Set better in the entire Zimbabwean innings so far. This time through the offside. Find the sweeper. And they come back for 2 easily.
Now for a big boy, he feels really well, Ruben Trumpelman.
I'm sure he's in fine nick. Had a great outing with the bat, doing well with the ball. Fielding just becomes an addition to the whole entire good picture of an all-round cricketer. Goes again. Same area. Sean Williams found a liking to short fine leg region. And has got 2 boundaries from that particular area.
I think at the pace of Yanisek de Villiers, you cannot also afford to bowl too straight. Williams has enough time to adjust. Moves on to 43 from 29, Williams. A really good over here for Zimbabwe. 10 off it, 2 more deliveries remaining.
Gets a 1. It's been a very good over. Definitely been the most that Zimbabwe's been able to get outside the power play from Namibia here.
I think if Zimbabwe can get to 140, 150 before 15 overs, actually 140, 150 before 15 overs, so that gives them a bit of a chance, a fighting chance.
Again, looking to go leg side. This time it's Ryan Burl. The juggle or the fumble. They still get one. He keeps strike. End of the over. 12 overs done. Zimbabwe will be 94 for the loss of 4 wickets. A statue of Father Zimbabwe standing tall right in the middle of the city of kings and queens. A towering figure of the nation, one of the pillars of leaders in the establishment of this great nation of Zimbabwe. He's always a man that called for unity in order for things to work well for all Zimbabweans.
Zimbabwe will need to double their current run rate. And that's hit really well here by Ryan Burl. It's gone towards the Cape Fig trees. It hits a thick stump. It rolls back. That's a very good start here to the over. JJ Smith met with equal match.
Now that pinged off well off the bat of Ryan Burl. Brings up Zimbabwe's 100. And he brings it in style. Looking to go again. Feel like he missed out on that occasion. JJ Smith has had magnificent bowling figures prior to that maximum. He had picked up 2 wickets for 6 runs before that maximum.
The game of T20 cricket changes and changes really fast. 105 from 46 deliveries.
Yeah, that 6 has brought people up in song and dance. Usually called the noisy castle corner. I'm sure they're happy to see the ball flying about now.
They'll settle for a single. An interesting field placement here for Ryan Burl. He changes for Williams. To Burl, JJ Smith looking to go a touch towards the wide line. Sweeper, long on, cow, and deep square.
Yeah, reading Sean Williams quite well on that one. Knowing which area you wanted to target. Sean Williams, a fine play of the sweep shot, even the reverse sweep. Doesn't mind playing it even off seamers. That's a good ball, right in the block hole. Sean Williams thought he could steal a single, but JJ Smith, well aware of the situation and really follows up just to make sure he thwarts that thought.
The land of the brave, Namibia. Flag flying high. Zimbabwe next to it. And one of them will carry a lot of momentum from this match into the ICC Men's T20 World Cup qualifier in Harare.
Coming down the track. I'd have loved to play that straight up, but it doesn't matter. Picks a vacant spot there, just between long on and the mid-wicket to pick up a boundary. He'll get 4. And that's 13 overs done. Zimbabwe 105 for 4.
Yeah, Zimbabwe here still well short of what is required. The next 3 overs, what does it have to look like for Zimbabwe for those people to keep singing? And of course, for Williams and Burl to carry through.
Well, a lot of people will say that Zimbabwe needs to get to that total as much as possible, finding boundaries here and again. But for me, I feel like with that conundrum of 100 needed of 42, they need to target bowlers in segments. They don't need to wait for the latter stages. Try and work out that equation quite early and make it a little bit less having pressure towards the latter stages. So there'll be 2 big overs that they need to get. And then even later on also try and get a couple more big overs. That way it lessens the pressure.
So you're basically saying here is they need to show some intent and the will to win the match now. No need to take the game any deeper, especially with an equation like that. Yeah. Erasmus to Burl. And this is the over they need to target.
Smashed straight. And that will run away for 4. There's no safer place for you to hit a cricket ball when you hit it straight. It's always a vacant region. And he reaps the rewards with 4 runs there, Ryan Burl.
A lot of instructions here from Erasmus. Trying to get his fielders a bit straighter. Lofty just couldn't get there in time.
Taken, hit straight, caught and bowled. Herod Erasmus didn't dive for cover. He held his pose and he has provided another vital breakthrough from Namibia. And he picks up Ryan Burl, who's been trying to accelerate things here.
And look at that celebration. That is why he's one of the best. Really good take. Ryan Bell was just getting going. He has to go now. 28 from 23. Actually 32 from 24 deliveries. It's 5 down here. Namibia, quite convincing.
Oh, what a moment to strike for Namibia just when Zimbabwe were trying to accelerate things. Just when they were trying really to get going, to be as close as possible to the required run rate, they lose a very important wicket. A wicket of Ryan Burl, and that brings Tashingam Sekiwa to the crease. Well, Herod Erasmus has picked up 2 for 23 in just 2.2 overs. A brilliant piece of captaincy and also importantly a brilliant piece of bowling from himself.
Yeah, leadership they call it. Sekiwa.
Well, Tashingam Sekiwa hasn't had to do much with the bat in this entire series, so this will be a great test for him to show his capabilities. An evolving player, that's how I describe him. Now finds a good placement, good work also out in the deep, and pick up 2 runs there. And he timed that very, very well.
Now what for me was quite class is that angle of the bat. There's not much need to full face it. Just give full skiing on the boundary a bit of extra work.
Looking to play straight. This has been a magnificent over from the Namibian skipper. He's kept it tight. Yes, he got 4 runs scored off his first delivery, but he's done well to come back very well. 2 dot balls in the over. He's only given away 2 after the 4, but most importantly picked up the wicket of Ryan Burl. That's the standout part of this particular over. Still marshalling troops even on the last delivery of his over.
Yeah, cross bets it for a single. You hold on to the strike, moving into the next over. 14 done, 112 for 5.
Well, whether the mood is up or down, they are always up in song in that particular area. They will always be a pleasant bunch. That's the outstanding stuff about the City of Kings and Queens. Partnerships, only standout partnership, Sean Williams and Ryan Bell. 65-run partnership, 30 apiece from each, 31 from Sean Williams, 32 from the departed Ryan Bell.
De Villiers to continue here from the airport end. There's a lot of pressure, but he's been able to rise above it.
Pulls it away. There's a man there in the deep backward square. Fumbles it, and they come back easily for 2. This is one thing that you need to note about Tashigam Sekiwa. He's very quick in between the wickets. He's a good runner.
And immediately there's a change. Frylinck gets moved inside the ring, and Chikongo goes to deep backward square.
Again, deep backward square bench. Chikongo, lots of work to do, but also good running from Sekiwa. Picks up another couple. He's trying to make an effort here. Is that run rate slowly creeping towards 16 and over?
Yeah, massive support here for the home team. Nothing short of a good show. Nothing short of exciting cricket.
Muscled away. And that run away for 4 despite the attempt to push it back into the field of play. And that just raises the decibels from the castle corner. Tashigam Sekiwa really trying to make an impact here.
It was a good effort on the boundary. That bad speed from Sekiwa. Not many times when you see Erasmus coming second.
I'm looking to go again. That's a good delivery, much quicker from Jan de Villiers.
Eight off the over. 2 more deliveries remaining.
Dion Ibrahim, Zimbabwe's batting coach. Plenty of note-taking that's happening there.
You have to. Yeah, straight to sweeper, Trumperman. They'll need another boundary to close off this over. But Yanisik de Villiers rising up to the occasion, bowling really well.
Yeah, with every dot ball that Namibia are able to bowl, just raises the required run rate. Just making things a little much more difficult for Zimbabwe. Sean Williams has been a spectator for the last 9 deliveries when Sekiwa has been at the crease, has managed to score 12. And on the last delivery of that over, he'll move to 49. And that will be 15 overs done, 122 for 5, Zimbabwe.
That's the last remaining 5 overs. The last remaining 30 deliveries. 83 runs. Very much possible for Zimbabwe. But a lot of work has to go into it. And the way Gerard Rasmus is marshalling his strips this afternoon at Queen's Sports Club, that will require quite some doing. Darlington, a different picture from when you left, but still 83 runs from 30 deliveries. It's up in the air. It's put down. He comes back for a second one. A little too casual there from Frylinck, and Sean Williams gets to his half century.
It's come at a good pace, but you just get the feeling that it's not enough. 83 from 30 needed. Run rate 16, nearly 17. 51 from 35 is a run rate of 150. He's been good. Now he finds a boundary. And this is a good start to this over. Got given a life, and then he finds a boundary early in the over.
He missed the first two matches in this series. Comes back now. Scores a half century. And once he gets to this milestone, it's non-stop heat in action.
But the key player for me is Tashinga Musekiwa. Zimbabwe is somewhere in here. I need to find a 25-plus run over. A couple of those. And Musekiwa is the player who has that kind of firepower. Sean Williams, great player though he is, doesn't really have the ability to hit almost nothing out the ground. Needs balls in certain slots. Whereas Tashinga Musekiwa is just the kind of power player who can hit almost anything you bowl at him out the ground. Have to be absolutely precise at him.
Well, 3 deliveries remaining in this over. Musekiwa on strike. Can he live up to the expectation?
Just had a time to have a look. 12 from 9 balls. This is good from Erasmus. He's just not giving him the length to get underneath. Bowling it really full, getting it outside the line of that off stump. Because Musekiwa was looking for the balls into the line of the stumps that he can hit over long on and cow corner. That's a very productive area for him.
He's hit that really well, Sean Williams. He's very good at that. He's very good at manipulating the field. And just as you mentioned it, Darlington, 2 very different players. Powerful player, Musekiwa, but Williams, just his sheer ability to manipulate the field and pick some areas on the field that you wouldn't expect. Such a high-risk shot. Look at that. Kicks on. One more delivery.
12 runs from the over so far. Still need 5 to stay in this one. Comes down the wicket. He's only going to pick up a single. Lofty Etienne, busy. Always in the hot spots for Namibia. 16 overs gone. 70 needed from 24 balls at 135 for 5.
That's all for Namibia to lose right now. They've just done so well with the bat. The fielding has been excellent. The bowling changes, really clever from Erasmus. Just the energy, impeccable. And Ruben Trumpelman, the big bully, now from the airport end.
Yeah, he's just a different side to what we've seen for the first 2 T20 internationals. It's so important to have this energy, this intensity early in the series when you're still in the series. And not now. The Zimbabwe's already won the series. To find this intensity now.
And that's hit really, really well. Say what you will, Sean Williams. Once he gets it right by a distance. Ruben Trumpelman, a rude awakening here to the 17th.
Yeah, real gift here from Trumpelman. At this stage of the game, you do not want to be bowling length at anybody. And he's allowed Sean Williams to get underneath one. And that is why he's able to clear the square leg boundary. So pressure early.
Zimbabwe will be looking for at least 10 boundaries. Yeah, it's thick. That will race away. It's back-to-back boundaries here for Zimbabwe. The crowd goes wild. That just brings a little bit more hope here for Zimbabwe.
It's 10 from 2. That's what's important. There's still 4 deliveries left in this over. And Sean Williams has given Ruben Trumpelman something to think about here. But again, it's the length from Ruben Trumpelman. That's allowing Sean Williams to find boundaries. He's got to get it into the block hole. Take away the ability to get underneath the delivery and hit it out the ground.
Trumpelman to Williams again. Yeah. It's played really well. It's a trio of boundaries as Sean Williams makes something out of nothing. Zimbabwe here, well on their way.
14 from 3. The idea was right. He's looking to get it into the block hole here, but just misses. And the low full toss allows Sean Williams to make it 14 from 3 deliveries. Suddenly, the Kings and Queens of Bulawayo are on their feet and chanting for Sean Williams.
Yeah, the crowd loves some good cricket, don't they? Yeah, well done here from Trumpelman. They pick up a single. It's time for Mr. to join the party.
Yeah, finally get it right here. But what he has done, he's allowed Zimbabwe to be 15 from 4 deliveries in this over. And they've met the run rate required. For the first time in a very, very long time, they've been behind in this match. The whole time that Sean Williams has been batting. And he's made up for just being persistent and staying in there and batting deep.
Mr. up in the air. That's taken. And big celebrations here from Ruben Trumpelman. It's a subfielder, Malan Krier, that comes on and completes a catch.
Sikiwa has just choked on this hit just a little bit. This was in the zone. But if you look here, you see he doesn't finish. He just checks his swing just a little bit, so he gets no real power through the ball and isn't going to clear the longest boundary at Queen's Sports Club. He's gone for 13 from 11. And Zimbabwe are 150 for 6.
Some really good cricket. Whatever happens, Zimbabwe would have come really, really close. But Sean Williams still carrying the hopes of a nation. That's good cricket. Some bright smiles right here, Queen's Sports Club.
Yeah, well, it's a big fella. You know, Tenda Maposa. Has a little of Andre Russell about him. He's a fantastic striker of a cricket ball, albeit in a very unorthodox manner. Has been there in situations very similar to this. First on debut, came in needing 20 from the last 2 overs and managed to smash a big 6 to actually take Zimbabwe across the line. So he knows what he's got experience that says he can see Zimbabwe through this.
Oh, hits it nice and hard down the ground, but Erasmus is out there. Loses his footing. It'll be a single. 17 done, 151 for 6. 54 from 18 deliveries. And whatever happens today, Namibia will take a lot of positives from this match.
Absolutely. And what they did was work out Zimbabwe's top three and found the bowling changes that picked up early wickets in that power play. 4 they picked up in the power play. And since then, Zimbabwe have been behind in this match. Need something absolutely spectacular here. It would be a story for decades if Zimbabwe managed to pull a rabbit out of hat here.
And the only possibility, the only real possibility here is if Sean Williams and Maposa get 30 from this over. Or anything close to that. Smith to Maposa. It's a full toss. It's up in the air. Creer, subfielder puts it down. He just rushed into it. It's given a noble. That's a free hit. It brings some relief here to Creer.
Not going to count as a drop catch, but more importantly,
single yet to Shikongo.
Maposa 2 from 2, just got to the crease. But it's 53 from 17. Need to find 25-30 just to start to remove the pressure here. And JJ Smith has bowled well. 2 wickets for 19, including the wicket of Taylor early on. And then of Sikandar Raza just after that.
It's screamed at. It'll go past Creer again. That's a boundary. Halfway through the over. They need at least 3 more of those.
What he's done here is big, powerful boy up is Tinotenda Maposa. This is on the wide line. And he's practiced a lot to get to these deliveries. Stays low. And aims it in front of square through the offside. That is a wide.
Yeah, Smith needs to get a bit clever here. I think he's seen enough of Maposa. He's strong on the offside. He needs to bowl it into him. He's got a mean shot delivery, Smith.
Neck behind, he's caught behind, is Maposa. Smith wins. Zimbabwe lose wicket number 7. It's that delivery on the wide line, as wide as he can get it legally. And Maposa this time doesn't get into that magnificent position he got in the earlier in this over. Loses his shape and is caught behind. He's gone for 6 from 4, and Zimbabwe now 151 for 7.
It's the home run now for Namibia. That's the home stretch now for Namibia. They just need to close this off well. Take the landings, take the positives. And a couple of days of rest coming through. Off to Harare. And these two teams will potentially meet each other in the semi-final of the ICC Men's T20 World Cup Africa qualifier.
Final, I say. Zimbabwe's going to top their group. Namibia's going to top their group.
You're very bold, and I adore that and admire that about you. But then again, it is T20 cricket, and I've been seeing a lot of teams doing a lot of work in South Africa. A couple of teams at the high performance center, a few teams playing against the Lions. So we don't really know what to expect. But you're guaranteed some really good cricket, especially from the upcoming Associate Nations. And don't forget what happened in Namibia a couple of years ago.
I agree with you, but generally these things go to form. Tournaments generally don't throw up surprises as often as that. I don't think we're going to see many this time around in Harare. I think that the strongest two teams on form, on recent history, on Namibia and Zimbabwe, they're in different groups. Don't imagine Zimbabwe on the form that they just have starting to develop in the last 3 weeks or so. It'll be very, very difficult to beat in conditions that exist, particularly in Harare. And that is Sean Williams gone. Hopes of Zimbabwe must disappear as he begins a long walk back to the change room.
Yeah, he goes, Sean Williams. But I must say, he really tried, just lacked support throughout his innings. Couldn't really get partnerships that they could build on. And a clinical finish here from Namibia. It's 18 done, 162 for 8. It's big celebrations here for Namibia at Queen Sports Club. It's big celebration in Windhoek.
Now back to our conversation, and just harder, bouncier wickets in Harare than we've seen here. And I think just going to benefit the sides that have quality seamers and really high quality spinners. Good spinners on wickets that aren't offering turn-in assistance. Well, I think that by that analysis, I think that Zimbabwe and Namibia are probably going to be the strongest contenders there.
Yeah, but when you talk of spinners, we know Uganda also has quality spinners. Probably similar conditions on Takashinga than you'd find. Slightly similar. Yeah, that's it. Well, should be taken. It's an easy one. It's the softest dismissal here. Wellington Masakadza. The 9th wicket yet to fall for Zimbabwe.
Outstanding performance. Great team performance from the Namibians this afternoon. And guarantees that they're almost certain to come out the series losers 2-1. But we're starting to see the quality of performances that Namibia can put on. Frylinck was absolutely exceptional through the power play. And then Trumpelman at the back end of that innings gave Zimbabwe a really big total, but it was the early wickets and the planning that those early wickets, that took those early wickets. And for me, it's been the standout feature of Namibia. Just one big partnership, 65 from 45, involving Sean Williams, and then another one, quicker, 41 from 21 with Msekiwa. But just not enough of those partnerships through the innings. They all came a little too little and too late.
A little too late. The Trumpelman. Yeah, it's consolation at this time here. The Trumpelman, Namibia and Erasmus, they've just done so well. They'll carry a lot of momentum from this last match of the series. A lot of takes, a lot of net taking that we saw. The batting coach of Zimbabwe, Dion Ibrahim. A couple of things that will need to be addressed. Trumpelman. Yeah, nothing from that.
Real chances that Namibia might bowl Zimbabwe out today.
Yeah, somber mood here in some parts of the stands. I can't help but hear the crowd talking about the want-to party. The only party here today is a Namibian party. Yeah, it's pulled really well. They should be able. Mix up on the boundary. That's 4 runs. One would never imagine the crowd to celebrate Muzarabani hitting a boundary.
He has been targeting that leg side and gets it right in the hole, in the gap between backward square leg and cow corner. Gets a boundary of the final delivery. 6 sixes needed to win.
As the last over is going to Chicago. It'll be great for his figures here if he picks up a wicket. 36 runs from 6 deliveries. It has been done before. Yeah, positive running here from Muzarabani. If there's anyone to do it between these two, it'll be him. But then again, when Zimbabwe was expecting a series sweep, Namibia pitches up today. A different kind of animal. Small chance. Or call it a prayer if you want there from Erasmus. Nothing wrong with that. But that won't win the match. Full toss. Hit really well. It's a boundary. That's important here for Muzarabani and Gwandu. just to give them some sort of learnings that they can do it if faced with such a situation in the upcoming qualifiers. But they shouldn't have to. They hit again really well. Zarabani not really keen to come back for a second one. Won't help much, would it?
Well, Namibia just 2 balls away from a well-earned victory. Played the conditions of the day a little better than the Zimbabweans did. And as a result, they've earned themselves a victory. And that should be LBW, and Zimbabwe are bowled out by Namibia, who have won an exciting encounter to end this series, this 3-match series, 2 games to Zimbabwe and 1 to Namibia, and set up a very, very exciting second encounter in the Africa World Cup qualifiers.
Yeah, big congratulations to the series victory for Zimbabwe. But on this occasion, big congratulations to Namibia, 28-run victory. And this, we've said this quite a few times, this just gives them some key takings as they head to the ICC Men's T20 World Cup Africa qualifier in Harare to be played at Harare Sports Club in Takashinga. It's all smiles here. A lot of positive takes here for Namibia. Positive takes as well for Zimbabwe. And possibly some key lessons. Darlington, your thoughts on the match?
Jan Frylinck is my thought on the match. He was absolutely outstanding at the top of the innings. And he really took the attack to every single one of the Zimbabwe bowlers. And in response, nothing happened for Zimbabwe in that power play. Bennett, Marumani, Taylor, and Raza all fell victim to wonderful planning from the Namibian coaching staff. But it was Sean Williams played a lone hand, 77 from 45, nearly got his country across the line. Ryan Pearl was good for 32 from 24. And Tashingam Sekiwa was the other batter to get into double figures.
Yeah, wonderful planning from the Namibian coaches. Great execution here from Gerard Rasmus and his men. See the JJ Smith pick it up 4 for 29. He's at 4 overs. Rasmus himself 2 for 39 and 4, as well as another spot there from Ruben Trumpelman, 2 for 39 and his 4 overs. Sean Williams outstanding for Zimbabwe. Equally outstanding was Jan Frylinck for Namibia. Ruben Trumpelman 46 from 24 and Alex Volskank towards the end 20 shot cameo of 11.
Really important innings that Alexander Volskank played. Young player, just finding his feet in international cricket at this level. And to be able to come in at the back end of an innings and make that level of contribution is a really, really exciting prospect for Namibia as they go along.
my God. Where's the man?
That's on. Sure.
One, two, one, two, one, two. I don't think it's good. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Iwa unabasa kuinzwe baba.
Yes. Yeah? Much. Table. And just mention the white. White, white. And white, the red. White. And the Tango close a bit. Then this now. They don't tomorrow. But I say more yesterday, white. Yes. And out now. I was wonder you're not about that scene. Close up. Even you don't frame a I know the exam interview. In no cross up in the road. I don't know if I'm a guest, he invited too short. Lawrence. If I don't know if I'm a guest, he invited too short. Sir, I'm going to close a bit and did it. In the short play match. Then, Tinimano later. You know, number in the Tangana frame closed up. Yes. Where it go? Hey, go. Where it go? Sabano, there's a guest. In I'll move in a guest. You then and the white shorts. Lawrence, I don't know when to start. So, you know the queue I didn't Lawrence. Lawrence.
Nations right ahead of the crucial ICC Men's T20 World Cup qualifier 2025 in Harare next week, and that exactly they have done. Before we get into the proceedings, it is a mighty congratulations to the host Zimbabwe, winning the series 2-1. However, congratulations today go to Namibia for an outstanding performance, setting Zimbabwe 205 to win and ensuring they get over the line by 28 runs. Commiserations to Zimbabwe, congratulations to Namibia, very well played this afternoon. Zimbabwe Cricket would like to thank their valued sponsors, Utande, Schweppes, Cresta Hotels, Isan International, FedEx, ETG Input Zimbabwe, Emraz, CarTrack, Plascon, Delta, Pro Bottlers, Omtex, Wolf 777, and Mukuru. Thank you all for your kind support. Today's presentation guests, starting to my immediate left, Mr. Emmanuel Dube, who's the match referee for this 3-match series, Mr. Dilip Singh Chauhan, the Zimbabwe national team manager, Mr. Godwin Dube, who is the Zimbabwe Cricket Board Director and Chairman of the Bulawayo Metropolitan Cricket Association, and Mr. Victor Muhlanga, who's the Acting General Manager for the Tuskers Province. Thank you for your time this evening, gentlemen. Before we get into individual awards, we have some milestone achievements to be recognized by Zimbabwe Cricket. The first one to Aino Chubby, who was standing in this series. In the first match of the series, stood in his 50th T20 International. And it's a mighty congratulations to him. He'll receive his award from Mr. Emmanuel Dube. The next one to be handed out by the national team manager, Mr. Chauhan, is for a 50th T20 international appearance for Zimbabwe. This goes to Tadiwa Nashimarumani. Mr. Chauhan, I'll ask you to stand and collect the final milestone achievement award. This one is for a 100th T20 international appearance for Zimbabwe, and it goes to Ryan Burl. Very well done, Ryan. Thank you very much, Mr. Chauhan. At this juncture, I'd like to call upon the captain of Namibia, Gerard Erasmus, to have a few words. Thanks a lot, Gerard. Tough luck on the series, but how important was that win for you today?
Yeah, it's obviously good for some momentum going into the rest of this tour for us. Taking some winning spirit to Harare. It's been wonderful down there. The pitch has been so good. The outfield's been wonderful. All the facilities have been great, and our stay has been thoroughly enjoyable.
What were you looking to achieve in these 3 matches as you prepare for that qualifier?
Well, they T20I, so firstly to win them. So it's quite disappointing we came out losers on the series itself. But as I say, we've gathered lots of experience against a good Zimbabwean side, upskilled ourselves, and that showed today.
Even though you lost those first 2 games, you competed in both of those. What is it you said to the team after 2 losses to ensure they came out and fought and performed the way they did today?
I guess it was a matter of a little bit of freedom, a little bit of courage to express your skills, and Frylinck showed that for us in the power play, and he set the boys alight, and Ruben finished off well. And I think with the ball a little bit more smart, trying to figure out how to save your over in what is flat conditions.
Do you feel you're prepared for that qualifier next week now?
Yeah, we definitely do. We are an associate side, so we play a lot of these high-stake, consequential type of cricket. So a lot of the experienced guys in that dugout know what it's like to play those types of games. And the youngsters, well, if you don't know, it's probably better. So they don't feel the stresses of the qualifiers yet. We're ready, I think.
2 questions and one for you before you go. What do you call that delivery? How much work have you put in the nets with it?
It's just a filth, I think. It's not great. It doesn't look good, but it sometimes works. And luckily, 2 of them worked today. Yeah, I felt I had to change a little bit on what is flat conditions, and some of them worked.
Tough luck on the series, but you take good momentum into Harare. All the best for that qualifier.
Just thank you.
Gerard Erasmus, the captain of Namibia. We'll move on to some individual awards now, and the first one is the player of the match today. It wasn't a very difficult decision to make for the team selecting the player of the match. For an outstanding half century in just 13 balls, Jan Frylinck is the player of the match. He'll receive his award from Mr. Godwin Dube, the chairman of the Bulawayo Metropolitan Cricket Association. Come forward for a few words, Jan, before you head off. outstanding performance from you. We would like to know what you had for breakfast and what did you say to yourself this morning when you got out of bed?
Yeah, I think it's just one of those days. Just went out there, expressed myself. We had a good chat last night just to back ourselves, and luckily it was my day today.
How have you found the conditions here in Bulawayo in general, but specifically today where you seem to have a really good time out there?
Yeah, it's amazing. Like Gerard mentions, we obviously always play on a bit conditions that's a little bit tricky. And coming here, playing on these wickets, it's amazing.
How much confidence do you take from yourself as a player and the performance from the team into next week?
Yeah, I think our boys are ready for next week.
Well done today. Jan Frylinck, the player of the match. We'll move on to the player of the series. And there were a number of performances to consider. Young Marumani coming back into the side in the previous tour, 122 runs at an average of 40. Jan Frylinck, 120 runs as well at an average of 40. But for his 136 runs at an average of 45, including a career best 94 in the first T20 International, the player of the series, ladies and gentlemen, is Brian Bennett. He'll receive his award from Mr. Victor Mhlanga. Brian, you're not going to get away so easily, my friend. Outstanding performance. How good do you feel going into those qualifiers?
Oh, yes, definitely getting a few runs in this series definitely boosts the confidence a bit. But, we still need to stay level-headed, and we've got a big tournament next week, so we hope you can do that same there.
One of the few members of the team that plays across all three formats. Is this your favorite one?
No, I just think I like playing cricket and like batting.
I like that. What did you find conditions like here in Bulawayo? You were against Sri Lanka and Harare. Very different to the conditions here, but you still managed to give a good account of yourself.
I think, yes, a little bit different here. I think the Harare wickets are a bit quicker. Here's a bit slower. But, yeah, I just stick to my processes, watch the ball.
Yeah, you've watched the ball pretty well in the last three matches. Well played.
Cheers. Thanks, Tina.
Brian Bennett, ladies and gentlemen, the player of the series. Right, I'd like to call upon the winning captain for the series, the captain of Zimbabwe, Sikandar Raza. No, you can get the trophy later. Tough one today, Sikandar, but how happy are you with the team's performance over the last 3 days?
Yeah, quite happy. I thought we found ourselves and the questions we were looking for, I thought we got a lot of answers. Personally it hurts that we have lost today, but credit to Namibia as well. I thought Jan Frylinck at the start and Trumpelman in the end batted really well, and 205 on that wicket certainly took us out of the game as well. So certainly not happy with how we have gone about our business, but I thought Namibia played really well today.
You look at the first two victories in the series, do you feel you could have been a little bit more clinical about your performance?
If you get 210 in the first game and then you win the second game with 5 wickets with 11 balls to spare, chasing 170 odd, and then have 2 better set, I think if you're setting first, you're still backing yourself to get 190, 195, and I think those two were pretty clinical. Unfortunately, we haven't batted or bowled well today. We still got 180, but just what I was looking for. Some of the things I couldn't find them today, and that's something we have to work hard on because we don't have much time left. We need every department to fight together.
Yeah, talking about the departments, what has impressed you the most about what you've seen in the last 3 games from the boys?
Yeah, certainly how we control the middle. That is something that I thought when we are bowling, I thought we have bowled really well in the middle periods as well. We always, we haven't been taking a lot of wickets in the middle overs. I thought we took wickets in the middle over against Sri Lanka, 2 out of 3, and then we took in this series as well. So certainly that's something that it is. Unfortunately, the game gets ahead. I'm a lot confident that we can always pull the game back. And of course, in the first 2 games, the batting performance was pretty good as well. So it looks like we're in the right direction and we're getting a lot of answers. Any
areas you feel you can improve on slightly before you go into that qualifier?
Certainly, I like ourselves to be better in the power play with the ball in hand. I think in the last 5 out of 6 games, we haven't done too well. And the bowlers know that and the team knows that, so we all trying to do our hardest. Unfortunately, sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't, but 5 out of 6 is not a good data to have, and that is something that I want us to be very clinical about.
Crowds in Harare, always good. How good have they been in Bulawayo? A word for them?
Yeah, certainly. Thank you very much, Bulawayo crowd, as well, for coming out and supporting us in numbers. It is always nice. The banter, the cheers, the songs. So we appreciate everything, and it's nice to be back in Bulawayo.
All right, Sikandar, outstanding performance. I'll ask you to go and collect your winner's trophy from Mr. Dube. I'll also ask the team to come and join you and celebrate a very good 2-1 series victory over Namibia in preparation for that qualifier in Harare.
Zimbabwe.